What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And names it. We've got a brilliant sound of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Velzen!
Wow.
On his second leg, Leacock.
A tremendous six-start conversion. What are you, Mike? Celebrating a 161 is what he's doing. Something's clicking, but is it too late? Somebody's enjoying this game, and he's got every right to. Double 16 for a 3-2 lead. That's a great shot. That's a confidence builder when you do things like that. Bullseye. That's more like it. Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are live at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for day 2 of week 3 in Series 10. I'm with Scott Mitchell today, and we are going to be casting our eye over the next 15 matches in this group, Scott. We do have a 4-point gap at the top with Lee Cox having a perfect day yesterday, but surely it can't be as easy as him just keeping the lead over the next couple of days.
No, I don't think so. I think that once you're top of the table here in this Group A, particularly after one day, we have some clientele there that are really trying to knock him off his perch. So, yeah, I think he's got some hard work to do today.
Conan Whitehead sitting on 6 points. He will actually take on Lee Cox in his first match today. And Alexander Mashek, how impressed were you with him after a somewhat slow start that he was able to amass more wins than losses on day one?
Pretty impressive, because he didn't seem to, after that first game, didn't seem to let the place sort of, him be in awe of it, having seen it on the TV. He's now here. He's now playing really well, but we find that with the players from that country that do play in world darts, things don't seem to get in their face.
We can talk a lot about the chasing pack, but we have to give Lee Cox all the credit here this morning, because 10 points from 10 yesterday with an ideal Group A beginning, and he was doing the right things at the right times. He started with a 97 average in his first game, and when you're picking off shots like this, your confidence is starting in the right place.
Yeah, it really is, and particularly coming off the back of a pretty sort of poor start to the year with illness. So he's still getting over that, but if that's him getting over it and playing like that, then they're all in trouble.
How important was it for Lee to get that 5th win yesterday? Because we had a scenario where Conan Whitehead, if he wins match 5, the last match of the day, it's going to be 8 points all going into their first encounter this morning. But now Lee has that buffer of 4 points by winning that game.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, now he has him first game today. You know, he really could make that a big buffer of 6 points if he can turn Conan over this morning. So, you know, this is a big, big game. First game number 1 today.
The odds tend to take shape a little bit more after day 1. And Lee Cox, no surprise, he is the favourite to win this group. But we've got the seasoned veterans in Whitehead and Warburton in pursuit, both at 11-4 at this 1/3 stage. Scott, are you seeing any value there?
Not really at the moment. I mean, maybe Mashek may be worth a little punt, but it's going to be very difficult. He's going to have to sort of win 4 and 5, 4 today maybe, 5 tomorrow, and that's the only way he's going to get there, and hope that people start sort of beating Lee Cox up at the top, particularly if he goes and wins that first game.
Well, without further ado, we've talked enough about Lee Cox and about Conan Whitehead. They are going to duel in our first match of Tuesday, and we caught up with Lee Cox, the man on 10 points before everything got started. Lee, good morning and welcome back. Day 2, and you're top of the table by 4 points. You must be really pleased with the way you played yesterday.
Yeah, very happy, because I was probably one of the players that was probably coming in here least confident. due to illness for the last month. Still getting over it. Changed my equipment, changed my darts, and seemed to work.
Change is as good as the rest then, because like you say, the start of the year hasn't been perfect, but is this a really good time to maybe start from scratch?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I've done. I've gone back to basics, back to the old darts. Obviously, missing out on Q School was a bit of, well, big blow, to be honest. But I feel this year is going to be, this is going to set me up nicely.
Is this one of those things that's going to happen in your darts career where you can maybe say it's going to make you stronger because it's a bit of adversity you can come back from?
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, people don't realise how much Q School means to us players, and not being able to go was a big blow. But also, you've got the opportunities luckily with MODUS, and you've got the other events out of the ADCs that I'm going to travel to this year. I'm going to try and push my darts on a lot more this year because I'm not getting any younger.
You're not that old, Lee. But what do you think the key is for Group A success this week now that you've got the 4-point cushion?
Just keep doing what I was doing, I think. You know, if they go how they were going yesterday, and I still believe there's more, you just take your opportunities when you get them.
Fantastic. Have a great couple of days and we hope to see you on Saturday night.
Thanks, mate.
You can sense from Lee Cox just how disappointed he was not being able to go to Q School here in 2025 off the back of his best year as a dart player. But sometimes when the universe tells you you can't do something, you want it even more. And he's back with a 4-point cushion here on Tuesday morning, courtesy of beating Conan Whitehead in his last match yesterday. But things could change really quickly as we start Tuesday, because the man who was 3 years Lee Cox's junior, he's looking to rein him in, the man from Rainham. And he's been to the barbers. As Conan, he tends to do this quite a lot when he comes to Portsmouth. He might look a little bit less pristine on a Monday, but when he goes to the barbers and comes in on a Tuesday, he looks very much ready to go. And he has to do it from the off today.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Because if he doesn't, all of a sudden there'll be a 6-point cushion at the top.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, you then start to run out of games towards the end of the day to be able to catch such a cushion. So, yeah, Conan and all his opponents in the back room will be hoping that he can bridge the gap on this one.
85.
But he does have the disadvantage of not having the throw.
And that makes yesterday's 4-3 win against Conan even better.
6.
Average 90.15. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. And there was a whole host of that going on yesterday for Cox.
59.
And maybe some other bad news for Whitehead is that Lee's best performance yesterday came in his first match.
123.
However, that came in match 3, which time-wise is about 40, possibly 45 minutes later than this time slot.
58.
Yeah, I've done this sort of slot, and it's really difficult to be the first game out there on any day.
95.
And the hardest game to be first on was the finals on the Saturday night. That was the hardest one. But yeah, any day to be the first one on is not always
139.
the easiest. And
You require 128.
both these guys are pretty well experienced. That's a bullseye then.
93.
Well, it's not a bad start from Lee.
106.
It's not going to be the 160 out for Conan. Our biggest finish of yesterday came
6.
from Mike Warburton
Lee require
of a 161. That came in his first game, so everybody was out with the traps yesterday.
3.
And Lee isn't quite out of them right there.
100.
Doesn't like that flight in the way. He still wants to go tops.
60.
Ooh, now. That nearly
Lee
puts the
require
score.
32.
Well, that was exactly what he was frightened of, the flight being in the way, and that's exactly what that dart did. It caught the flight.
That's a good marker.
24.
But it didn't turn out to be.
Conan, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Conan
Talk about
Whitehead.
authority. When he hits tops like that, it produces a slightly different noise to most other darts
Second
you'll hear
leg, it's Conan to
here at the
the
MODUS
first.
Super Series.
Game
He
on.
really does give that dartboard a real thump. And he breaks immediately, which is exactly what he wanted.
140.
86.56 is average for Monday, Conan. That's not bad. That was the third best of any player.
134.
He did get the most maximums in landing 10 of them.
40.
So he's averaged 2 per match yesterday, which is around about what Simon Whitlock was doing in the first 3 days of last week. But no ton plus checkouts
6.
from Whitehead yesterday. At least not yet.
Yeah, and both players, between the two of them, have 23
41.
appearances here in the Super Series. So the two most experienced players in the field as well.
100.
How much does experience count when you're on this stage, Scott? Because I'm sure you've been in the practice room here
45.
with some people who haven't played here before. What are the feelings like?
I think sometimes a little bit of naivety doesn't hurt here and not knowing on debut. I think we've seen that with players sort of having a really good first day, and then sometimes on the Tuesday the reality kicks in of what they're doing and where they are, and they've had messages from home, and
99.
you start to change
He
how
requires
you're feeling
72.
about it all. But I think a little bit of experience is very handy here in that back room, and I think that it's an advantage without doubt.
Double 10.
62.
Still hasn't hit a
Conan, you
double.
require 136.
That was his 7th dart at a double for Lee Cox.
96.
And
Lee
still yet to
required
retrieve
10.
one. Will it happen now?
Game shot on the second leg.
You
Lee
couldn't
Cox.
ask for a better guide than that. We can say from our point of view
Third
that when you
leg,
get a
it's Lee
marker
to
that
throw
good,
first.
what
Game
you're
on.
essentially doing is you're making that double 5 in that middle portion about twice as big.
45.
Yeah, the first dart was saying, hit me, wasn't it? And it was always going to go in.
100.
After interviewing Lee this morning, just taking a little look at his demeanour. And I think sometimes
138.
early in the morning, we tend to get the most honest state of mind from a dart player, especially here.
29.
I could actually feel the disappointment that Lee was garnering from the start of this year, because he won a Challenge Tour event last year. He played some super stuff
92.
in 2024, including getting to his first Saturday night here. So when Q School was coming around, I'm pretty sure around Christmas time he was
83.
thinking, I'm going to get through this. So when you're hit with illness that just doesn't want to go away, you can make a decision at that point.
100.
I'm going to moan about the fact that I couldn't go to Q School for the next 6 months. Or you can say, right, it wasn't meant to be this time. I'm going to use this motivation properly.
Yeah, and it seems to be the
59.
latter for him
Lee
at this
require 126.
moment in time. Looks like he's going to have a big push on his darting life in 2025.
90.
And whether he knows it or not, we've been watching him very closely since our Southampton studio days.
100.
He is
Lee
getting
require
better
36.
all the time. And he's 2-1
Shot
up
on the
after
third leg. Lee
he
Cox.
should have really been 1-0 up in the first leg, but he's again shown the ability to come back.
Full flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
By the way, I'm not going to let that third dart of the previous visit slide for Conan. How did he hit the 60 in that?
140.
He had 2 darts that had a gap of about 3 millimeters, and he still found a way through with that dart. That was one of the best darts I've seen this week.
100.
Yeah, when Conan gets that dart thrown, it stays thrown, doesn't it? Force its way through the gap. Very impressive dart indeed.
Yeah, I have a philosophy when it comes to that. He's got a very authoritative throw. But I think those darts sometimes land in their targets through sheer fear. Because they don't want to get the wrath of the boss.
Yeah, correct. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Chooses to go down this time.
Now, Cox has got an opportunity here to stamp his authority
26.
again in the scoring stakes, but this time he can't do it.
41.
Can't get through this time. That lost the line and invites Lee back into this leg. And if he was to take 275 in 6 or
84.
possibly 9, Whitehead would need the last 3 legs to stop Cox from getting to 12 points after 6 rounds.
137.
He's got to stay straight here.
100.
That's a beautiful last
You
start.
require
But he
64.
had to stay on the 20s there. He couldn't really switch.
32.
And now he gets
Lee require 90.
a crack at 90 points to have a 2-leg cushion on the bullseye.
65. Conan, you require 32.
It's one of those darts when you throw it, you think it's in.
Big moments here.
Game shot on the
And the
fourth
big
flag.
moment was
Conan
taken
Whitehead.
by Conan. He really needed to hold his throat to get it back to 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Lee
Got
to
a best
throw
of 3
first.
shootout now, and
Game on.
if Conan's coming through this, he's got to break. You have to feel.
84.
Well, we had a chat with Lee after the session yesterday. We were somewhat curious to find out from the horse's mouth
40.
that these darts he's using are his original darts that he was using when he first played at the MODUS Super Series back in Southampton. Instead of using the get-a-win price darts, which he has employed for
100.
the last year or so, he decided to go back to an original set. Admittedly, with slightly different points
42.
and using darker coloured stems and flights and all in one piece.
100.
But you really can't argue with 5 wins out of 5. And if somebody was to do that on a Monday and then use something different on a Tuesday morning,
84.
it would make no sense to us. But he's kept everything the same. And it does scream at the minute like everything is just back to basics.
100.
I think you're right there. I think that's a perfect assumption of what's going on.
60. Lee require
Well, set up for
116.
Jack there, picking up Conan's flight.
116.
98.
Not taken. He's had a shot in every leg. Well, that second dart's going to get told off in a second.
120. Lee require 18.
Do as you're told, he says to the dart. The Lees do as they're told.
10.
They invite Conan in.
Conan, you require 154.
There's a bit of an edgy nature to this one. I think they understand just how big this game is, even on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I agree, Nico. I think you're
88.
absolutely spot
Lee
on there.
require
This is a
8.
big moment for this game.
No score.
He's had
Conan, you
18
require
darts at a
66.
double in this match. Double top for a 3-2 lead.
26.
And that was for another break of throw,
You
just like
require
leg one.
8.
I say, surely no shenanigans here from Cox. Can't get any closer.
Game shot on
The
the
only
fifth
place
leg,
closer was in,
Leacock.
and that's where it ended up.
I'll tell you what, Scott. He doesn't know how that went in.
Sixth leg.
And that's
it's
always a
Conan to
worry
go
as a player,
first.
isn't it?
Game on.
Yesterday, Lee had 54 darts at a double. He's already had 21
120.
in his first match, which is incomplete. And most darts at a double yesterday, no shock to know that that was Ronan McDonough.
70.
He had 22 darts at a double in his first game yesterday. And Lee wants a minimum of 22.
140.
Yeah, and that is a big difference, not only stats-wise, but mentally-wise as well.
125.
Here you got two players who deliver the dart very differently. The one word that always springs to mind
94.
about Conan's delivery is thunderous. Nothing is ever left behind. But Lee's throw is somewhat graceful.
44.
He feathers it through the air.
139.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here we go.
Well, it should be treble 10, considering how much he likes double 18.
103.
Give him a chance, Nico. He's just totting it up in his head, wasn't he?
Did I go full countdown clock on Conan Whitehead?
21.
You did.
You
You
require
did. I like
36.
that about you.
That's very smart. At least now, he's got a clean breakdown from double 8 if he needs it, instead of leaving himself on something like 9.
70. Conan, you require 16.
Last leg decider?
Game shot
You
on the
bet it
sixth
is.
flag. Conan Whitehead.
Just like it was yesterday.
7th and final leg. It's Lee to throw
As for the
first.
favourite for this
Game
match,
on.
your guess is as good as mine. Not a good performance from either player, but the 2 points have got to go
95.
somewhere.
It's not a good performance from either player, but it's the situation that they found themselves in on this first day and on this first game
92.
today. And it's nervy, it's edgy, it's everything that we thought it would be when we sort of closed transmission last
6.
night. It was. We knew this was going to be important.
And look who's putting their foot to the floor.
140.
We haven't had a max in this match. If someone can get one, it could make all the difference.
100.
Even a double treble visit at this point, you would have to think would spell curtains for their
44.
opponent.
We had one game from 15 yesterday that did not yield a single 180. And that was in game 6 between Cox and McDonough.
135.
This game is exactly the same.
Lee require 146.
It will not get a maximum. But will it get Whitehead winning to keep things tight?
114. Conan, you
He may just have to hit this 90 now. Biggest shot of the group. And it's double 5.
Game shot and the match.
Monstrous.
Conan Whitehead.
Big, big stuff right there from the big man from Raynham, who beats Lee Cox in their return fixture. And when they play again tomorrow, it will be the last match they play in the group. Where will they be at that point? We just don't know. But on this occasion, Whitehead wins by 4 legs to 3. And when we come back, Mike Warburton gets his challenge up and running up against Jeremy Fagg.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Thanks for joining us once again. A warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday morning. And we've already seen a seismic victory. It is for Conan Whitehead. And a first defeat for Lee Cox in this group, meaning it will be yet another week here in Portsmouth where someone cannot perfect Group A. It's never happened before. And Mike Warburton knows that more than most. He used to hold the record for the points amassed in Group A at 26. It's now been beaten by numerous players getting to 14 wins from 15, including the person sitting to my left in Scott Mitchell. But now we go from a person who hadn't lost on Monday to someone who did not get a victory, with Jeremy Fagg back on Tuesday trying to get himself back on the horse. Starting off against Mike Warburton here, not an easy thing to do, because he's on a 2-game winning streak. After a poor start on Monday, Scott, he was able to walk away with 2 victories at the end of yesterday's campaign.
Yeah, and it will sort of get his week going, that will. He was a little unfortunate in his previous games, his first 3 yesterday, not to
First
sort of
leg
amount to a
is
win.
Mike
He hit a
to throw
1-6-1
first.
to no avail, and that game
Game
didn't
on.
go his way. But I think Jezza, he sort of started to get used to the place after game 1 and started to get better. But unfortunately, the players around him, every time he walked into them,
Andre.
they'd started acclimatising themselves too. So I think he was really, really unfortunate yesterday not to end up with going away with a couple of wins. But He knows it's only him that can do anything about that. He's got to grab the mindset to say that's not happening today, because he's a much better player than being bottom of that group, that's for sure.
Now, one thing that confirms that
140
is that in Game 9, when he played Ronan McDonough, he had an average 5 better than his opponent, and he still lost 4 legs to 2. Then he would raise his average
78.
again against Lee Cox and lose 4-3 to him. And at the end, he lost to Warburton in 7 legs. But it just felt like Warburton was getting his campaign
100.
off to a bit of a late start. But I have to pay tribute to Mike yesterday. Looking at the overall numbers, there were a lot of things yesterday
96.
that Mike did better than
Mikey
anybody
Maguire,
else,
161.
including hitting one of these.
Looks like Mike's paid a visit to the barbers as well over
65.
since we saw him yesterday. The barbers must have been busy yesterday.
Well, just so that people are aware, we don't have our own in-house barber. One thing we might talk about today, though,
Mikey
Scott, is
Maguire, 96.
the chatter on the grapevine that maybe the PDC circuit needs an in-house physiotherapist now. Get your take on that in due course.
56. Jeremy, you require 100.
Jeremy does have a 170 checkout in this building when he was here last. He's not going to add to his tally.
96. Mike, you require 40. Game shot on the
Pinpoint.
first leg. Mike Warburton.
And he was more pinpoint than anybody yesterday on the doubles. He had the best percentage. And to be exact,
Second leg, it's
it was
Jeremy to throw first.
39.47%. And if that is something you can maintain with a decent average, you are going to make it to Saturday, in my opinion.
100.
So going back to the in-house physiotherapist, how would that work? If you've got just the 1 and 3 players that need a bit of attention between
34.
games or at the end of the day, who would take priority? Would it be a ranking thing that the top ranked player would take priority first? I think you're opening up a can of worms if you bring one in.
Well, that's one of the
6.
reasons why I brought it up so early today, because I'd like to get everybody else's thoughts on this. I personally think it is something that needs to happen. There are players on tour and people who would play
60.
in events like Players' Championships who are eligible to play here as well. What kind of help do they have in that department right now? On site,
100.
nothing. It is the responsibility of the Professional Dart Players Association to look at this issue fully and to see how it moves on.
6.
Michael Smith, injury-wise, is in trouble. Now, I'm not saying that this is all on the PDPA. I just think a little bit of it is. I think the majority of this is on the player.
96.
Because too many times over the last few years have we seen players continue to play and continue to play when they need to stop and get something sorted.
140.
It happens too
Jeremy,
often.
you require 145.
Yeah, and that's not just about the injuries, is it either? That's about the pulling out of tournaments and the upset that causes and messing up the seedings and the rankings. And there's a lot of peer pressure to say that they continue playing, and that's why they do it.
I said at the start of the year,
60.
schedule
Jeremy, you
management
require 88.
is massive. These players in Group A have known about this, aside Conan Whitehead, for a while.
41.
Think about Jeremy, who's just missed the bull there to take the second leg. He's known about this for a while. He has to plan further ahead because he lives further away. Planning is not just about when, it's about how.
$82.
Bad last start
Jeremy, you require 47.
after a brilliant second. Not the first time that Jeremy has missed a single in this group. He's hoping it doesn't cost him.
27.
And it may just do.
Mikey requires.
Yeah, those sorts of
65.
moments, they catch you on the back of your head, and you're still a little bit angry inside, aren't you, for missing the big number?
Double 16.
33. Jeremy, you require 20.
Does he hit the barrel?
No score.
Turns out hitting the barrel took it further away.
Mikey require 32.
We're back to double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike
Well,
Warburton.
double 16 didn't work, but double 8 does, and it's 2-0 to Warby. Now, if he
Third
can
leg. It's Mike
get
to
on a
throw
roll
first.
today,
Game on.
now that Cox has been reined in, there's no reason why Warburton can't be very, very close, if not top, by the end of this session.
100.
We remarked about his 161 from yesterday in his first game. That was the highest finish yesterday. We've talked about his best doubles percentage
58.
of anybody yesterday as well. And he had the most ton plus checkouts of anybody as well. So if you look slightly under the surface and you don't just concentrate on averages and points, if you look at likelihoods
97.
based on form, Warburton is the danger man. If he reproduces the kind of stuff he did yesterday, particularly early on.
58.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why we feel that he was a little bit hard done by yesterday. But you have to say, in this game, you only get sometimes what you deserve, but he deserved a little more
45.
yesterday.
He had 38 darts at a double yesterday. Jeremy had 37.
99.
So he only had one more dart at the bullseye and the outer ring. But he was able to turn that into 4 points, whereas Jeremy couldn't turn it into
60.
any. Fine margins is what darts is always about.
Some days they go for you, and some days they don't. And it's the days that they don't and how you bounce
140.
back which dictates what type of dart player you are.
$59. Jeremy, you require 146.
I genuinely couldn't agree more with you, Scott. Oh, that was 57.
$38. Mike, you require 140.
He will be disconsolate at that first dart, not staying in the board. And now he just has to watch on as Warburton goes for the 140.
100. Jeremy, you require 108.
This game is being played at a 6-visit level.
83.
Almost,
Mike, you require 40.
but maybe no cigar. He's just getting the 20 out the way.
No score.
But maybe not the leg.
Jeremy, you require 25.
That's a good guide.
Game shot on the third leg.
Didn't necessarily
Jeremy
need it. Gets his first leg on the board today. And finally something to work with.
But I think there, with
Full
that
flag.
dart
It's
dropping out
Jeremy
of
to
that
throw
57,
first. Game on.
it's a prime example for those at home. He was one dart behind, wasn't he, by the time they got to the finish? And these dropouts, you think, oh, you know, you take no notice of them. But that 57 dropout, it turned the throw around. He was fortunate to get back. It was only Warburton's misses that allowed Jezza to get back. But that's how and why a bounce out or a dropout at any point in time can turn a leg on its head.
$140.
Just the one maximum yesterday from Jezza. Oh, I do beg your pardon. 1 ton plus checkout.
60.
That was 110. His best average yesterday, 89.32. Now, that's okay as long as your range is tight.
Yeah, that's
93.
a very, very good point. You don't want to be messing around on doubles and things like that. It's got to be 1 or 2 darts and out in that range.
140.
The darts do seem to be going in the board at a nice angle. He throws those
58.
barrels from the back of the barrel almost on the stem. I'm just trying to figure out why that dart would have fallen on the floor. You do tend to find that if it happens to people who have a very
100.
upright angle of
Jeremy,
attack.
you require 150.
Warburton is now going to have a chance
40. Mike, you
of a
require
5th ton plus
101.
checkout for the week. He does everything according... Well, I'm going to call it the Old Testament. The old textbook. Everything is very
Action on the
conventional.
floor flag.
But when you
Mike
do it like
Warburton.
that, it looks very pretty.
5th flag. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I'd say about 15, 20 years ago, if you looked up the way that Mike Warburton throws now, everything he does would be in a textbook that was written back then.
125.
He doesn't use the bullseye on approach. He does everything conventionally.
Yeah, conventionally, old schooly.
100. 100.
Yeah, just looking at Jezza's form last year, he was saying to us yesterday morning that he used his experience here and took it back to the Dart Players
150.
Australia circuit, where he did win 2 titles last year. He won DPA 5 in Geelong, a town that a lot of Australian dart players know very well.
58.
Beat Brenton Lloyd in that final by 6 legs to 3 after beating Harley Kemp in the semi-finals. And a certain
134.
Rob Modra in the quarters, who both of us know quite well.
I know Harley as well. Harley Kemp came over to Lakeside as a young lad.
140.
Sort of fell out of love with the game and now
Jeremy,
coming
you
back to
require
it.
152.
But yeah, Rob Modra, he sort of resided just up the road from here by 5 minutes with family Whitlock, didn't he? Including all the guinea pigs, the chicken.
58. Mikey requires 78.
Mike's looking to feed himself here with 66 more. He'll look at the bull and he'll take it.
Extra and the match, Mike Warburton.
A much better start on Tuesday for Warburton. And the first win of this group for Jezza. It will have to wait, maybe until he plays Lee Cox in Game 4. It doesn't get any easier for the Australian, but things are looking brighter for Warburton as he takes the second game by 4 legs to 1.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Our first round of play on Tuesday is about to come to its conclusion with Ronan McDonough and Alexander Mashek about to do battle for the second time in Group A. Yesterday, not a bad first day for Alexander, amassing 3 wins from a possible 5. Not bad for Sasha. Not everybody gets a win on their first day, but he got 3. As for Ronan, he picked up a couple, and he's not even using all of his right equipment apparently, and we'll get into that in due course. But when they played yesterday, it was actually Mashek who had the better of it, with 4 out of 9 on his doubles, averaging 87 for a 4-2 victory. Looking to get off to a better start than yesterday.
First leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Because when he played in Game 3 yesterday, he lost to Lee Cox by 4 legs to 0. And that would turn out to be the only 4-0 victory for anybody all day long.
85.
But what did you make of Mashek yesterday, Mr. Mitchell?
I enjoyed what he brought to it yesterday. I thought that he brought positivity. He kind of brought a freshness and a newness to the Super Series, and he brought a positivity. I think he's a very positive thrower, and I think there is a language issue there. Having spoken to his interpreter after
40.
the matches last night, after yesterday's sort of session finished, so I think you're absolutely. We mentioned it yesterday. How would he get on with that? And I think it's an advantage to him to keep him focused and concentrating on what he's doing. You know, some people throw some headphones on and listen to music or whatever, but
85.
for Alexander, he is going to kind of had the blinkers on in the back room, and I think that will be an advantage.
100.
He's looking fairly steady at the start of this one. He does come into his debut here this week having done some decent stuff
85. Alexander, you require 116.
over the last 6 months or so. In an individual sense, this is a brilliant start.
96.
Using a very, very individual dart. You can't really mistake them for anybody else's, that's for sure.
125. Alexander, you
He
require
was good in his doubles
20.
yesterday as well. 37 and a bit percent.
Game shot on the
And he
first
starts
leg.
the
Alexander
way he
Mashek.
ended yesterday.
Second leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
As for Ronan, yesterday it was all about attempts at double. He was able to get 2 wins from 5,
45.
but he had more darts at a double than anybody else. He had 62 attempts and 15 hits for only 24%.
140.
We spoke with him afterwards when we left the venue yesterday, Scott. And he was
140.
almost apologetic at how he played yesterday. And we immediately tried to turn that around for him. And we said, listen, you had more darts at a double than anybody. That can only be a good thing.
85.
Yeah, it means he's creating chances, and I like to think how good he could be when he gets his right set up here.
81.
Because I thought he played pretty well yesterday.
His average is just a shade over 80. He was talking about his flights sitting in the board
45.
slightly wonky, his word. And the right flights are on their way, apparently, because somebody's flying in with them.
41.
He did try and get some down the road here in Portsmouth at a local dart shop, but they didn't have any left.
Yeah, it's to do with the size of the flight. It's a standard flight, but I think he uses quite a big-sized
134.
standard flight, and it's making the darts kick slightly one way, which he's not used to. But with the wins that he had yesterday, I would
Alexander, you
have,
require
yeah,
97.
I wouldn't have highlighted it or worried about it.
Steady stuff from Alexander.
57.
And leaves the double.
Ronan, you require 94.
That leaves 82. So he should go treble 14, really. At least he did the right thing. But it's not going to yield a shot at a double. And Mashek on the background is doing exactly what he did yesterday. Placing that right hand on
29.
the underside of his left arm
Alexander, you
to
require
keep
40.
his fingertips warm.
Game shot
It's
on the
working a
second
treat.
leg. Alexander Mashek.
He looks so comfortable. And he's got every
Third
right to
leg
feel
is
comfortable
Alexander to throw
in
first.
new circumstances, because
on.
last year, when he was representing his country at the Europe Cup in the team event, Czechia came second
100.
to everybody's favourite for the title pre-event, which was Sweden. Sweden had Johan Engström, Victor Tingström, who now has a tour card,
55.
Edvin Bjornsson, a serial winner on the WDF circuit last year, and a certain Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison. But Mashek,
81.
with the aid of his teammates, they pushed Sweden in the final. Ended up being 9-7 to the champions, but the likes of
45.
Mashek, Vyacheslav Sedlak, who we have had here at the Super Series in the last year or two, David Piszek and Pavel Diertel, who had a wonderful time of it
43.
at the Czech Darts Open in October. That was a great team. They took out a certain Danish team in the semi-finals.
140.
And I hate to say it, but they also took out England in the quarterfinals. And you know fine well what that was like, Mitchell, because you were in that team.
Yes, it was a bit gut-wrenching.
100.
yeah, we had a fairly new team and a few debutants at Europe Cup,
45.
so it's very difficult. You need to, as with here, you need a bit of experience sometimes, and this didn't quite go our way, but we ended up with it coming home with a team bronze, which is really
60.
cool. So the whole team came home with something and something to treasure for the rest of their lives and show their grandkids.
85. Alexander, you require 170.
So maybe we'll see a few more Czech players this year. Maybe Alexander can pave the road as he looks at tops for a 3-0 lead.
77. Ronan, you require 131.
Yeah, plenty of chances.
$52. Alexander,
He doesn't
you
look as
require
assured
40.
this morning, Ronan. He looks a bit more tentative.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he may be
Alexander
forced
Masek.
onto the back foot by Masek here, who's not making a great deal of errors.
Fourth leg. It's Ronan to throw
I think we're
first.
starting to see just how steady
Game
his
on.
game is. $100.
As a darting nation, Czechia really are starting to do some very worthy things. They've had tour card holders with Adam Gavlas and
55.
Karel Sedlacek on numerous occasions. They have their own European Tour event now, which is always very well represented.
100.
But outside of that, Scott, just how impressive is it what Czechia have done over, say, the last 10 years?
Superbly impressive. I've been out there to the Czech Open and
100.
watched that grow over sort of the late noughties and
140.
up to 2018, I think I went. And yeah, the organisation is building something very special out there, and people like Alexander are the result.
Ronan, you
Karel
require
Sedlacek and
161.
we're now starting to see these players come through and become
45.
more mainstream players, if that makes sense. And it's all down to the organisations in the individual countries. They have to take some credit for what they're producing and how they're doing it. And like I say, I mentioned a few other
Ronan, you
countries like
require
that, Romania.
116.
They're sort of bringing players through now from off the back of a great organisation who are
76.
relatively young and have run
Alexander, you
run
require
World Cups and Europe
161.
Cups already as an organisation alongside the WDF. So, yeah, there's going to be more to come from those sort of European countries without doubt.
99. Ronan, you require
McDonough
40.
has just missed tops for his first ton plus checker of the week. He's missed it by quite some distance there. And that makes this conversion a bit trickier. He just gets the 3,
8.
but he doesn't look very confident
Alexander, you require 62.
here this morning. This is a match-winning chance.
$46.
Missed
Ronan,
twice.
you require 32.
He's had 9 darts at a double. 2 for the match, and now Ronan goes for double 9. Now he's knocking on a different door.
28.
He's knocked on so many doors
Alexander, you require 16.
in the last few seconds. And Masek wins the match.
And the match, Alexander Masek.
That was a tale of 2 people in that one. One with assurance and hitting his doubles. The other one looking just a little bit lost on Tuesday morning. Masek, who did win 3 games yesterday, has now got his 4th, winning that one by 4 legs to 0. And just like that, we go into round number 2, where Lee Cox is looking to get back on the winning train against Jeremy Fagg.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action in Portsmouth. And our first round of play has come to an end somewhat abruptly in the last couple of matches as Mike Warburton took out Jeremy Fagg by 4-1, and then Alexander Mashik went one better by giving us our second consecutive third game of the day 4-0. Yesterday he lost 4-0 in round 1. Today he wins 4-0, so everything is rosy for him as he goes to 8 points, only 2 points behind Lee Cox, who now has a chance in his second game of the day to widen that gap at the top to 4 points, like it was at the start of play
First
today.
leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
But Jeremy back to the hockey, still looking to get that first victory. He keeps knocking on the door, and we have a change in the barrel department.
100.
Maybe that 57 that he hit in the previous match that fell on the floor, he's gone back to this barrel because it's something that he's used before.
60.
Maybe it's a balance thing. Now this is a dart from a manufacturer that has
54.
cultivated this one with two different grips. One in the top half, one in the bottom half. And I think the top half grip is all about what he likes to have in the
55.
fingertips.
Yeah, and it makes a difference on the diameter and the feel as well, doesn't it? So the diameter of a dart can be
6.
varied depending on the tungsten content. So if you have 80% tungsten, then it's obviously going to be a fatter and wider radius on the
81.
barrel than, let's say, a 90% one, and that will be slightly smaller. 95 will be smaller again, and 97% tungsten, which is quite rare because it makes the barrel so much more brittle.
57.
Because tungsten is a very dense and heavy sort of metal, which is why it's used. But the higher levels of tungsten
85.
within the dart, the more brittle the barrel becomes. So you do have a risk of it falling out of the board, and where the barrel is machined by a laser cut machine. Sometimes there's a weak point within
60.
the barrel. So yeah, the barrels I have seen snap in half on the higher content tungsten.
90. Jeremy, you require 107.
I think it is fair to say that we've had a slow start form-wise today. The standard will improve.
90.
But even if you're not playing your best,
130.
it's still just about getting the points. Nice approach there from
Jeremy, you
Lee.
require 72.
Jeremy in his first game was only 1 from 8 on the doubles. He's looking at double 6. And that's
Game shot on the
exactly
first
what he
leg.
wanted.
Jeremy Farr.
An early lead he can try and protect. He can go on the offensive now.
Second leg. It's Lee to
Yeah,
throw
change your
first.
dart, change your
Game
luck.
I'm just looking at Jeremy's other win on the DPA Tour
60.
last year. For the uninitiated, that's Dart Players Australia, which has been around for more than 20 years as an affiliate tour to the PDC. They hold events.
135.
They used to be just on the East Coast, but now they are nationwide. And the person who has the most ranking points at the end of the season
98.
is called the Grand Prix champion. That title's got some names on it. Whitlock, Mathers,
40.
Genet, Roach, Cadby, Anderson, someone called Nicholson.
89.
It's a very prestigious title to have in Australia if you're the Order of Merit champion for the year. And certain venues they hold tournaments in on that circuit are more storied than others, especially in a place called Warilla. And there's another one as well. It's been hosting events for
6.
many a season. A place called Mittagong in New South Wales. And that's where Jeremy won his second event last year, beating Brandon Weening in the final by 6 legs to 4.
56.
And the person he beat in the semi-finals ended up getting the Order of Merit title last year, Joe Comito, who played the first game of the World Championship in December.
34. Jeremy, you require 130.
Could he possibly go 2-0 up? Lee looks mystified.
58. Lee require 160.
This would help.
100. Jeremy, you require 72.
Doesn't look as comfortable as yesterday. The mannerisms tell a more negative story.
Yeah, a lot of head shaking from him today, isn't there?
52. Lee requires 60.
Double top.
Game shot on his second
That'll cure
leg.
what ails
Lee
you.
Cox. Third leg.
I
It's
have
Jeremy
looked
to throw
through
first.
a lot
Game on.
of the wins for Jeremy Farg on the DPA Tour since 2011 because he's amassed 9 of them. It looks like he's beaten Rob Modra in all of them.
140.
You do have players like that, though, don't you? That you really feel happy playing. I had a spell like that with Chizzy. He couldn't get me, and now I'm on a totally opposite run with him. And he absolutely, he can turn up and throw left-handed at me now and beat me.
Jeremy's also won a tournament,
21.
not on the DPA Tour, in a place called Birkdale. And I assure you, it's not the one on the northwest England coast that hosts the Open Championship.
140.
It's in Queensland. And he won a tournament on the 10th of December, 2023. And it's got a great name.
98.
The Darts Queensland Christmas Classic. He beat Robbie King in that final, and he's played here. There's Robbie.
That's right up there with the
58.
Shoot to the Moon Open that is on the CDC. I love that one.
Yeah, they recently in Canada had the Snowflake Open.
140.
Listen and learn, everybody. If you're going to put a tournament on, give it a good name.
Jeremy, you require 102.
Could have been 2-0 up. This might have been a shot for 3-0.
70. Lee require 106.
And if Lee takes this, Jezza's going to feel like he's cursed.
58. Jeremy, you require
Well, in this country,
42.
Jezza is Jeremy Clarkson. That's what everybody calls him.
Game shot on the third leg. Jeremy Fack.
I'm sure they call Jeremy Clarkson other things, but not ones we can mention live on air.
Fourth
Not
leg.
always
It's
very
Lee to throw
popular
first.
wherever
Game on.
he resides. I remember he had a place on the Isle of Man and tried to shut a footpath down that went round his garden.
100.
He was public enemy #1 in the Isle of Man, trying to shut a footpath down. He's a controversial character indeed.
Is he someone, because everybody knows that you're in the farming
80.
industry, Scott, is he someone who has done good for your industry or done some harm?
Oh, he's done amazing for the industry. He has basically
140.
talked farming in layman's terms for everybody to understand. And I feel in the 18 episodes that he's done with Clarkson's Farm, yes, there are certain things. Does he have to have a
42.
Lamborghini tractor? Could he have not just had a Massey Ferguson, a John Deere? No, there are elements of it that are kind of starstruck. Did he need to dig a hole and put a load of fish in it and it pass away? But it was quite handy that his lovely lady would be swimming up through the middle of it for a shot in her bikini. Lovely. But the whole idea of what he's putting across in
93.
those
He
18
require
shows
161.
has brought it home to the British public really how difficult it is to farm, and probably done more for farming with the British public
65.
than Country File has probably done in 35 years.
You heard it here first from someone who knows. And just get the feeling as well that darts are so popular at the minute.
41.
Various
Lee
documentaries.
require 96.
Chat shows and things like that. I wonder if we're on the cusp of a darts reality show ourselves. As Lee goes for double eight
Game shot on the fourth
and
leg.
gets the best
Lee
leg of the
Clark.
match by some distance.
Fifth leg. It's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
If you were going to have a darts reality TV show, you'd probably have to call it Dart Life.
Yeah, you probably would, and I
58.
don't know how you would work it to work well as a TV show. But there is definitely something there. It would have to be a
140.
better TV brain than mine, but the interest is there, and I don't see why not. Even Bullseye's back.
108.
So is Jezza.
He
He is fighting and scrapping for everything he's getting right now.
134.
Trying to take out the man at the top to not just make himself feel better, but to make Conan Whitehead and Alexander Mashek and Warburton
134.
feel very hungry. Keeping Lee at bay today.
100.
is the responsibility of everybody,
129.
not just Jeremy. Sensible. Going double-double there,
89. Lee, you require 127.
in my personal opinion, is not the right thing to do. Double 8 is the right thing to do.
119.
Oh, that was
Jeremy,
big.
you require 40.
It may just be a deficit that he faces again.
Game shot
And
on the
it
fifth
is.
leg. Jeremy Fack.
501 points separate Jeremy from his first win in the group.
Sixth leg.
And it
It's
may
Lee to
just
throw
be
first.
a dream
Game on.
Monday followed by adversity Tuesday for Lee.
140.
Right, Lee Cox off at your peril. But Jazza has definitely got his tail up.
140.
Well, Lee did get 3 wins yesterday by 4 legs to 3. So he knows how to get out of jams like this.
100.
And if we may say so, this performance is more akin to what he was playing yesterday because he's averaging 92. Vastly better than his first game of the day.
140.
He's lifted his average by about 20%. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on, I think, Scott. If he's in the first game of the day, he might be the tiniest bit vulnerable. So maybe he's better off
93.
when he starts a little later.
You require
I
161.
think you may have something there.
Bullseye.
136.
And now a chance to win.
Jeremy, you require
We talked a lot about this
128.
number 7 days ago. It is pesky. And that's about as hacked off as I've seen Jeremy the last couple of days.
112. Lee required
Really well
25.
tidied.
No score.
Oh no. He's
Jeremy,
in
you
shock.
require 16.
And now Jeremy gets his chance. And
Good
Jeremy
shot.
wins
And
for the
match,
first time in the
Jeremy
group.
Fack.
He's off the mark, but that's not the biggest story. Lee Cox has lost his first couple of games and is now vulnerable at the top of the table because he's only 2 points ahead of Whitehead and Mashek. And Whitehead is coming next against Ronan McDonough.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Times they are changing here at the MODUS Super Series. In week 3, day 2 of Series 10, all of a sudden Lee Cox has played twice, has lost twice, and a certain Mr. Whitehead, who's on the hockey now against Ronan McDonough, can go top with a win right here. Any win will take him top as we approach the halfway point of the group. But he's not the only person who can do that. Alexander Mashek could do just that as well when he plays against Mike Warburton in Game 6, and that has many possibilities.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we spoke at the top of the show today thinking it was a pretty much foregone conclusion. The way that Lee Cox played yesterday, we thought he was going to run away with that first game, open up a 6-point lead, and we thought we were going to have a day and a half here of absolute
46.
sort of dead rubbers, really, and that just has not turned out to be the case. With the first 4 matches this morning, we are now seeing the table really squeezing up, and this is a massive opportunity for Whitehead, who
100.
really didn't over-dominate that first game, but now he's got the win and his tail is up, and
100.
you just know that Conan's the sort that now will continue on. He's been offered a lifeline and a opportunity, and it's not very often that Conan turns those down.
Well, you were mentioning yesterday that Whitehead was invited to come here for Group A because of the withdrawal of Robert Thornton.
60.
And by coming here and playing, he has almost said goodbye to a holiday for a few days.
100.
Who's to say, if he wins Group A over the next day and a bit, he could return to said place for Thursday and Friday and then come back for finals on Saturday.
Conan, you require.
I'm not sure he's got it booked for Thursday and Friday because he was due to be here anyway on Thursday and Friday, so I don't think there's a chance to return, but
63.
So there's any good time to miss. Now's the good time to miss with your opponent. Yeah, to just about make
57.
halfway.
Conan, you require 12. Game shot on the first
Yeah, that's
leg.
pretty
Conan
dominant.
Whitehead.
Starts with a 16 darter. And even at this early stage today,
Second leg, it's Ronan to throw
McDonough
first.
is not
Game on.
hitting much. Rhythm looks better in this game, though.
100.
This is the pace he was throwing yesterday, nice and swift.
Yeah, we picked up on it yesterday, and he really was letting them go like they were a hot potato in his hand, and he had to get rid of it.
100.
And it worked for him, and we saw some of his best stuff, and he's picked up the second 180 of the day within minutes of the start.
100.
And you're not going to find many Irishmen who waste a hot potato.
$140.
I know quite a lot about the Irish culture, having spent a lot of time with some Irish people over the last
100.
15 to 20 years. They don't say potato with a P and a T. It's a B and a D. It's potatoes.
Yeah, very much so.
123.
the good old
Ronan, you
common
require
spud.
121.
I think they're some of the most fabulous people on earth. As one of them goes for the ball.
96. Conan, you require 138.
I had a 138 yesterday from Lee Cox.
6.
And we saw many people
Ronan,
leave
you
25
require
yesterday.
25.
And look at him almost sprinting to the hockey. Looking at double 8.
Game shot on a second
And that's
leg.
more like
Ronan
it.
McDonough. Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Who's your favourite Irish sporting personality? Who really springs to mind, Scott,
6.
from your recollection? Because there are many to choose from.
There are, and I'm going to choose one that you would really find very strange, and he's a really kind of old guy.
140.
And I was fortunate enough to sit right next to him when I went to Sports Personality of the Year as a world champion.
140.
And it was Pat Jennings. What a lovely, lovely, lovely man. And he was very interested in the darts and the PDC at the time, the BDO, and what the differences were. And, yeah, really lovely man to sit next to. And, yeah, I probably wasn't,
100.
you know, you're always aware of Pat Jennings, the big old goalie from Arsenal, but to actually get, you know, to sit with him for a couple of hours at an award ceremony and have chats between, so it was
84.
just brilliant, and I really liked him.
I'd probably have to go with the goalkeeper myself in Shea Given.
55.
Still does a lot of analyst work these days, does Shea? But we could go on and on about the sporting lineage of
100. Conan, you require
pretty small country.
146.
They really do punch above their weight in more ways than one, because in boxing they can punch, and they have.
96. Ronan, you require 116.
Well, this would be a bit sudden. Double 18.
80. Conan, you require 50.
Double 8.
42. Ronan, you require 36.
A stunned silence here in the commentary box at that.
Game shot on the third leg.
Decision.
Ronan McDonough.
Well, I think Ronan sees the funny side of it because he was the beneficiary
Fourth leg.
of
It's
Conan
Ronan
missing
to throw
2 darts
first.
for that leg in the
Game on.
previous visit. Whether you like it or not, when he's got 50, he's going to go for the bull.
140. $100.
The funny thing is, losing that third leg and now being behind might be bad news for
41.
Ronan, because we know what Conan does when he gets the bit between his teeth.
83.
The biggest thing he's done in darts, I'm sure he would agree, was winning Series 1 here in October
96.
of 2022. But now that we are in 2025, he wants to be the second person to get multiple titles.
60.
It just goes to show how difficult it is to win a series that only one person has done it
100.
and defended it. And that person is the current world champion.
Yeah, that says everything you need to know about it, really. And we know that he is an absolute
85.
freak of
Ronan, you
darting
require
nature,
124.
is I think the fairest thing to say. Of the likes that we're not going to see lots and lots of in our lifetime. So we must appreciate Mr. Little while he's here, playing as well as he is. You've got to love it.
92. $58.
Well, this is a really
Ronan, you
interesting turn of
require
events here.
52. Game shot on the
Ronan
fourth
McDonough
leg.
is
Ronan
3-1
McDonough.
up. And after the way he played in game number 3, who thought this was possible? I'll hold my
flag,
hands
it's
up and
Conan
say
to throw first.
I thought Conan
Game
was
on.
going to maul him. Anything but. Fair play to Ronan. He really has bounced back brilliantly.
100.
If you are tuning in from Ireland today, don't be hesitant in getting in touch via our social feeds. X, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
125.
Let us know where you're watching from. Yesterday, Dean Finn was watching, keeping us right
100.
in our Ronan McDonough research. Thanks for that, Dean. We look forward to seeing you again at some point. And Ronan is looking to do what Dean did when he was here at the end of last year, making Saturday on debut.
100. Conan, you require 136.
Not a great deal between the averages in this one.
52.
But there may be something to be said about this visit. If it's big, it could have
83. Conan,
set
you
up a match-winning
require
chance, but that last
84.
start was a little foolish. Now Conan looks at the score screen, very happy that Ronan did not
24.
use a different part of the board.
$46. Conan, you require 60.
Double 10. That'll get it
Action on
done.
the fifth leg, Conan Whitehead.
He is very hard to get rid of, is Conan. And Ronan's about to find that out.
Sixth flag, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
It's nice to see that Ronan is wearing the same uniform that a certain Andreas Nicolai was wearing last week. He is our weekly version of the Man in Black. And that was Johnny Cash, wasn't it?
81.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. I think it was.
62.
It's probably the most popular colour for a dart player to wear.
95.
As our referee Jack Garwood is explaining right now. He's all in black, as the referees always are.
60.
Remember the days when the referees used to wear whatever they wanted?
They've always been suited and booted when I've been
121.
playing, but yes.
Bow ties, interesting suit choices. In the case of some other referees,
57.
shades or different types of glasses. Freddie Williams always used to look quite resplendent, didn't he?
60.
Getting a 3-1 lead is one thing. Getting a match opportunity is another.
40. Conan, you require 144.
Conan's responsibility as someone on 8 points right now is to stop Ronan from getting a shot to take him out.
58.
So far, so good. At least this time he used the right part of the board to leave a finish.
86.
Okay, so that's 30 points. Leaves 56. And this is the first time that Conan
46. Ronan,
will
you
be
require
facing
164.
elimination in this one.
What was your favourite double? Wouldn't you have gone 6 to leave it there?
100. Conan, you require.
He doesn't
40.
mind tops. Or tens. I'm saying nothing.
20.
Now,
Ronan, you require 64.
this is very makeable. To throw this table into chaos,
24.
he may have had his chance.
Conan, you require.
The moment
20.
owned him there, didn't it? On those last 2 darts, the moment owned him.
Game
And
shot on the
Conan
sixth
owns
leg.
double
Conan
5.
Whitehead.
You heard from the referee's microphone right there just how relieved Conan is to be thrown first in this seventh
Conan
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
That situation could have been so much worse. Second time today.
45.
We are playing a seventh leg, and the second time it involves Whitehead as well.
100.
In this format, you don't get many chances to win a match, especially against a series champion.
100.
Really needs a treble visit here. Gets it with the last dart.
Him getting 2 tons means that Conan needed something a little bit more sizable like that to get a 1 dart advantage.
$85.
At least he's guaranteeing 1 treble per visit here.
$85.
This is nip and tuck.
100.
Lee Cox wants a
Conan, you require
favour
148.
from his Irish friend on the hockey right now. I wonder if he's about to get it.
39. Ronan, you require 116.
Doesn't get the treble.
100.
And Whitehead's shot
Conan, you
out for the
require
match.
109.
Is possibly more difficult than it should be. Double 16.
77. Ronan, you require 16.
This is all about Ronan owning this moment.
He's had 2 darts for the match. This time he
And the
wins.
match,
That's a
Ronan
very
McDonagh.
brave thing to do in the presence of someone who is very, very commanding on the stage. After a bad first game, Ronan McDonagh does get the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3 and keeps Whitehead on 8 points and at the same time takes him on to 6. And now a great game to end round 2. Warburton against Mashek to see who gets a little bit further up the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation
for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
What a fascinating dynamic we've got here on Tuesday, because Lee Cox, after 5 completed games, is the only player not to win a game today. Yesterday he didn't lose, but he's still top of the table, and that will remain the case if Mike Warburton wins this match. Alexander Mashek can go top if he wins by a certain margin. And that margin will have to be 4-0. So things are getting bunched up. And even Ronan McDonough in 5th position in the table, sitting on 6 points. He is not out of these proceedings after beating
First
Conan
leg,
Whitehead.
it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
With Tuesday being known traditionally as moving day, some of the scores and some of the matches we've seen so far today, it looks like today it's going to be living up to that billing.
$140.
Warby's 40 years of age now, which by a lot of people in the know think that that is around peak age as a dart player. Maybe even just before
100.
a perceived peak. A lot of people have started to play their best darts when they're 40.
Yeah, Mr. Adams told me he felt he was at his best between his 40s and 50s. I won my World Championship age 44. So I agree with Mr. Adams. The 50s have been another story, but that's another story altogether, and we haven't got time
81.
for all my woes here on Pluto TV.
So what are we going to get from Warburton in the next decade? Because his 30s yielded 3.
140.
In fact, make that 4 big titles. The Irish Classic, the Irish Open. Won them in the same year. Welsh Open in 2018, which we referenced yesterday, beating Andy Hamilton in the
Mike
final.
Require 161.
And the Isle of Man Open as well in 2020, which was the last event played before the COVID lockdown.
60.
It's so typically Warburton, isn't it, to leave 101 after 12. He is Mr. Steady.
125.
If they were to make a
Mike
Mr. Men
Require
book about him,
101.
that's what they'd call him. Here we go again. Just like game number 2.
Game shot
Another
on the first
101
leg,
checkout
Mike
from Warburton. Sticking to the script. He is the one person in
leg,
this
it's
group who is
Alexander
finding
to throw
more
first.
ton plus checkouts
Game on.
than anybody, and he's stretching that lead so far today. That sees him complete
45.
his 6th of the group. And the next best is Lee Cox on 3.
Prolific, I think, is the word we could use.
81.
This is only his 7th game as well, so he's averaging just under 1 a game, which is pretty impressive. But Nico, once you start hitting those ton pluses and they start happening for you early in the week, every time you come back to a ton plus, you think in your head that you can hit it because you've been hitting it. And they say that darts is a mind game. It probably is. And on the base of that fact that if you start believing you can hit them, all of a sudden you start knocking them out of the park.
84.
When you think about someone who is in Major League Baseball, if they're stepping up to the plate, if they don't believe they're going to hit the ball, they're not going to hit the ball.
60.
Belief is everything. People with a weak mindset do not succeed. And the thing that makes this sport more brutal than most is that there's no assistance. You are solo. Even a boxer's got a corner to go to after every 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's no goalkeeper,
60.
no wall stopping you. It's you, your thoughts, and what's between the ears are the only things that stop you.
100.
Well, these two actually have something in common, in my opinion. I think these guys now tend to focus more on darts
60.
that is closer
Alexander,
to
you require
them,
131.
with the exception of Mashek coming here this week. I think this is a big thing for Alexander.
91.
Coming to England is something he doesn't do very often at all. If he's to have a successful week, it might open up something else in his career.
100.
Yeah, I fully agree with that statement as
Alexander,
well. I
you
think
require
you're absolutely
40.
right. This could be the start of better things to come for Sasha.
Game shot on his second leg.
Yeah,
Alexander
nothing wrong with
Mashek.
that. In his first game, he was 4 from 10, which is especially steady as well.
Third leg. It's Mike to throw first.
And whoever
Game on.
wins this one will be the undefeated player after 2 rounds on Tuesday. Yeah, Mike, since COVID, has
60.
stayed domestic. Before that, he was travelling to places like Romania.
100.
Spent a bit of time in Ireland. But maybe because his family has been extended since then, maybe staying more local to Wrexham has been a priority.
59.
And I can completely understand that, because there's a lot of great domestic darts to get your teeth into, like ADC, Challenge Tour, MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, much easier to travel to. As soon as you remove the air travel, things become a lot cheaper and more affordable for some players' budgets. And I just think
140.
yeah, you've got to do what you've got to do within your budget. And I sort of hear of players trying to borrow money here to go and do this and do that. The problem is you put pressure on the situation before you even leave your front door, because you're looking at trying to get that money back for whoever you've borrowed it from. It's a sticky road to go down. We both know that we know players from the past and probably the present who have done it, but very rarely does that ever turn into success.
I'm a kind of person who doesn't tend to mix friendship and business. It's a dangerous thing to do.
I don't call it business. I call it mixing friendship and desperation.
Alexander, you require 101.
I'm going to remember that statement. I think that's spot on. I wonder if Alexander's going to be spot on here. His doubles have been pretty good today.
69.
Not quite
Mike, you require 82.
on that call there. And this is not a ton plus checkout. But it is beautiful.
Mike Warburton.
There is something about that checkout that makes you feel a little taller.
Fourth leg, it's Alexander to throw
Ball
first.
double 16.
Game on.
That was an absolute beauty.
Are we going to see Tuesday as being the day that Warby starts to make his assault on this group?
60.
We'll slightly go away from the nickname because it doesn't work, but Tuesday could be the day of the dragon. Sounds like a Bruce Lee film, doesn't it?
100.
And he get himself to a baker's dozen on the league table. Nobody can.
95.
Don't forget as well that Warby has won his last 3 matches. He's on a nice little streak now. His proximity to that treble 20 at this stage of today
100.
is so much better than yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that has a little bit to do with his 2 main opponents have sort of fell at the first hurdles this morning and
140.
offered a little rare light, haven't they? A little glimpse of opportunity, and Warby wants to make sure he's there to take advantage if that continues.
100.
And the only way he can do that is to keep beating every opponent they put in front of him.
He's got Mashek here. He's got Lee Cox in game 8 for the 2nd consecutive day.
36.
They didn't get his teeth into Whitehead before playing Ronan McDonough in game 14. I can foresee Warburton getting 4 wins from 5 today, at
Alexander,
least.
you require 170.
But that is very much dependent on him getting the result here. And one thing we know about Mashek, you can't ruffle him.
134. Mike, you require 141.
And there is the proof in the pudding right there.
He's got 201 checkouts today. The older brother of that checkout is a 141. It's just so much more difficult.
Alexander, you require 36. Game shot on
And there's
the
more
fourth
evidence
leg.
of
Alexander
how
Masek.
hard it is to shake Alexander. Now, a lot of
Fifth
people were saying to
leg,
me
it's Mike
yesterday
to
that
throw first.
they think that this shirt that he's wearing is just a little small. Well, there's a lot of sense in the size of that shirt, in fact.
6.
Because a lot of dart players who come from countries like Czechia or Hungary, I've seen them wear these shorter sleeve shirts because they don't want the edge of that sleeve to go anywhere near their elbow.
140.
I have mine made shortened as well for the exact same purpose. Particularly if you're playing in a really hot, sticky venue, you put your arm up to throw. If that sleeve is too long and it goes
47.
down just past your sort of bicep and sits in that little groove there where your elbow folds, and if you get a bit of sweat there, the shirt will stick. So I eradicate that issue and we cut mine off.
100.
I make sure they're made sort of 3 or 4 inches shorter.
And we both know that playing in Czechia and surrounding countries, it gets really hot
41.
at certain times of the year. And I'm talking some of the hottest venues on the darting planet.
I ate my coldest ever kebab in Czechia. We were playing.
45.
We were playing there, and it went to. Oh no, it wasn't Czechia. It was Romania. Sorry, it was Romania, and it was minus 15 outside, and the little kebab house was 50 yards up the road. By the time I got it back, it was cold. It was that.
100.
The atmosphere was that cold.
Yeah, this is a rain or shine kind of sport. And that was pretty shiny for Warby, wasn't it?
125.
I'm not going down the old bingo route of talking about music today, but if it's a rain or shine sport and you want to win all 5 games today, that would make
Alexander,
you
require
5-star.
Oh, lovely! I love what you did there. Only somebody of my era would understand that. You have the Midas touch.
Does he have it?
53.
Not quite.
Mike, you require
This is very similar
113.
to that 101 checkout. It requires 1 big treble, 1 single, and a double. Couldn't be any better. That's just in the single.
93.
He almost left double seven.
Alexander, you require 38.
And maybe that's why he missed the tops, because he did sort of dabble with it there, didn't he?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Alexander Masek.
Right in the bottom corner. If that was a penalty in the Euros,
Sixth
in
leg is
1996,
Alexander to throw first.
maybe Gareth Southgate
Game
wouldn't
on.
have missed.
And they would have played Czechia in the final of the Czech Republic. Ended up being the Germans winning on
125.
English soil at Wembley, as it was back then, before it was bulldozed and rebuilt.
Yeah, I went to the last event at Wembley. It was a Bon Jovi
Six.
concert in the year 2000 when it was bulldozed the day after they started work. The last football match at Wembley was England versus
45.
Germany.
Yeah, Kevin Keegan was in charge, wasn't he?
Yes. Do you remember the result?
Germany won.
1-0. Do you remember the scorer?
100.
Is it Didi Hamann?
You are good. Yes, it was. You are very good, Mr. Nicholson.
It also reminds me of one of my favourite jokes.
140.
The Wembley staff got it all wrong. And they double booked the stadium, so England's next fixture will be against Simply Red.
100.
That was bad. I shouldn't laugh, but it was good. It was that bad. It was good. I love it.
140.
Well, this is good. Warburton's run of consecutive victories may be coming to an end. And Masek is not going to go to the top of the table.
140.
But if he hits this
Alexander,
51,
you require
he will
51.
join Lee Cox on 10 points. And his doubling has been excellent. It
Game
really
shot, man of
has.
the match, Alexander
A
Masek.
fabulous display from the Czech. And Warburton knows he did not play poorly in that game, but he was only gifted 3 darts at a double, taking 2 of them, but that's not good enough in this format, as Masek goes to 10 points, and maybe now, after 2 rounds, we have to start taking him seriously.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
At the moment, we've all been waiting. waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Eight points separate top from bottom right now. If Jeremy Fagg wins again, we will change things around. But this is what we've seen so far. We've seen a Ronan McDonough win in round number 2, taking out Conan Whitehead and stopping him from getting to the top of the table. But Alexander Mashik just now, he is someone we will take very seriously all of a sudden. After a debut day yesterday that was pretty good, now after 2 wins from 2 on Tuesday, he has vaulted his way to second position in the table and now is on 10 points and only 1 leg behind Lee Cox. This is fascinating, and especially when you consider that the 2 at the bottom now will go toe-to-toe. Things will stay congested if Jeremy Fagg wins and goes to 4 points. But if Ronan McDonough wins, he'll go to 8 points with Conan Whitehead. So many possibilities by the end of the day, and people can now make their move. Yesterday, this fixture saw a McDonough win by 4 legs to 2 in a pretty even contest, even though Jeremy had the better average. But now that he's got the win under his belt, Scott, will he feel more prepared to double down?
I think so. It's going to be a combination of the two things. He obviously swapped darts for that game as well, so that's given him the confidence to know that he'll feel that he's done the right thing. And then we've now got the fact of the matter is he was not a million miles away from winning games yesterday, and he wasn't a million miles away from the one he lost today. So he knows he's playing a little bit better now, and that confidence comes with that first win in the room. You just got to get that first win. As a dart player, when you come here, you want to hit that first treble 20 as quickly as you can. No matter what day you arrive, you want to get it nice and early. Then you want to get your first leg on the board and get your first double under your belt, your first 180 under your belt. When all these things start happening, things then start to feel like the norm, like a normal day. The longer one of those things takes to happen and then go to win a game, then it then becomes a bind. You start putting in a rucksack on your back, and you put a brick in every mistake you make, and you start then to be dragged back down to the floor.
41.
He did change his equipment in round 2 to an older set of darts, did Jeremy.
140.
Courtesy of winning with them, the first time he used them on the stage this time, do you foresee him using these for the rest of the day?
Yes, I do.
81. Ronan,
yes, I do.
106.
Solely for the fact that he won with them last time out. I'm not saying the other darts that he had aren't working for him, because I thought
66.
they looked
Check 74.
perfect going in the board and everything. I think that probably they're too new at the minute, and he just needs to go take them back with him and put some hours in with them.
99. Ronan, you require
as you know,
32.
Nico, when you get a new dart,
Game shot on the first leg.
nice finish
Ronan
there
McDonough.
from McDonough, but when you get a new dart, I always judge a new dart
Second leg.
by
It's Jeremy to throw first. Game up.
how it feels when you, how forgiving it is when you don't quite throw it right. When we throw the dart right and we hold it right and it's in perfect position, it goes straight in that treble 20.
140.
No problem. It's when you haven't quite thrown it right. You haven't quite thrown it with the forward propulsion you
100.
wanted. You haven't quite gripped it in the right place by a millimetre. Does it fly out of your hand and go into a 1 or a 5? Or is it a little bit forgiving and it drops low on the 20? And I think all these
100.
things, players forget that they have to think about their worst dart when they're throwing a set of darts
43.
for the first time. Not their best dart, because the best dart's always your best dart. That takes care of itself.
That's so important.
100.
There's nothing wrong with those.
80.
9 really good darts in this second leg of the contest.
60. Jeremy, you require 81.
We're going to come back to that point in just a second because Jez has got 62 left.
49.
62 and time he has as well on his side in this leg.
96. Jeremy, you require 32.
Double 16 to draw level.
Game shot on a second
And that is the
leg.
kind of
Jeremy
leg that he
Fowler.
wants to put in. 13 darts. It's very rare that you'll
Third
lose with a
It's
leg like
Ronan
that.
to throw first.
Confidence boosting as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Let it grow. Just don't expect everything
45.
with the click of fingers. Now, in sports equipment, there are many examples of using something that is forgiving. Darts is one. Using golf clubs is another.
96.
Getting a certain cricket bat. They always say that Chris Gale's bat was heavier
140.
than anybody else's. Probably because he could lift it easily, being 6'6" or something like that. But you've got to use what works for you. And this is the thing, isn't it? There's so much
43.
choice now. You might buy something because it's got someone's name on it. Or it looks a certain way. You've actually got to find the dart that works.
100.
This is a battle that hundreds upon thousands of dart players worldwide wrestle with every day of their lives. They constantly
100.
pick and choose. But once you find something that works, you should just have those in your case and stick with them.
122.
And it doesn't matter what colour they are. As long as they're weighted legally and they have the right legal size, who cares? Use what works.
140.
And Rory
Ronan, you
McIlroy would use a
require
wooden-headed
94.
driver if it worked best.
26. Jeremy, you require 122.
Shot is still on. The backdoor 122.
97. Ronan, you require 68.
Apparently he didn't have the key. 88. For Ronan to walk through the door.
Game shot on the third
Well, something's
leg. Ronan
changed.
McDonough.
I think he's drawing a line
Fourth
now
leg. It's Jeremy to
on
throw
this
first.
stage. And
Game on.
it's a really interesting play to make, especially against two very different characters. It's one thing to do it against Conan Whitehead,
108.
who is one of the most
He-
boisterous of players on the stage, but then you do it against one of the most
42.
likeable, placid chaps you could ever meet in Jezza.
I'd liken it to sort of like picking on Bambi, really. it's and by that I don't mean Bamba Gascoigne from University Challenge. I mean
46.
the little fluffy deer in the animation cartoon.
60.
Yeah, just to give you an indication of what Jezza's really like, because he is such a lovely chap. He might have a very muscular and aggressive-looking crocodile on the back of his shirt. But if you spend 10 minutes with him,
81.
he's one of the most lovely people you could ever meet.
Yeah, very placid, very nice guy.
99.
You just get the feeling that apart from darts and outside of this, the idea of fun for Jezza would be couple of steaks on the barbie, getting the stubby holder out, and just sitting next to the fire and having a chin wag and watching the stars go down.
100.
What a
Jeremy
setup that
required
was.
32.
From Jezza. Can't get any closer.
Well, this is really tricky.
No score.
There were enemies at the gate, and they didn't let the third dart in. You might want to get it now.
140. Jeremy, you require 32.
That is pesky.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
that's
leg.
accurate.
Jeremy Flair.
Good game, this.
Yeah, really nice move there from Jezza. He, had to create
Fifth
an
leg,
angle
he's
that
running
wasn't
to go
natural to
first.
him
Game on.
to be thrown at the double. And yes, very nice indeed.
100.
He had a nice 162 to set up that 32. Unfortunately, 3 darts at it that missed, but he'd created himself time.
And we are talking about a dart player that's not afraid to travel. It's not his first rodeo at
57.
Portsmouth. He's been all over Australia playing darts. North, west, south
40.
and east. Not afraid to travel. Because he knows that life is short and opportunities are few. And in order to do what you want in this sport, as an Australian,
96.
you have to travel. The domestic scene can only do so much. I think certain players back in Oz are starting to realise that.
140.
Your Joe Comitos, your Stuart Coburns, your Raymond Smiths of the world, and your Wayne Weanings of this planet, they have already known this for years. And there may come a time, if you're an Aussie dart player, or indeed a Kiwi,
140.
where you have to up sticks and give it a go.
125.
Yeah, we've seen it with Hupai, haven't we? Having to up sticks. Came over for a bit, got a bit homesick at the end of last year, went back.
Have you been to New Zealand, Scott?
I have, yes.
Well,
yeah, loved it.
I think anybody who's been there, if you lived there, you would miss it.
53. Ronan, you require 96.
Double 18.
Six.
That was happening a lot yesterday.
Jeremy,
He was
you
missing
require
doubles, but he was missing them by the
155.
same sort of region. About a centimetre and a half north.
$97.
Can he figure it
Ronan,
out
you
this
require 36. Game
Yes,
shot
he
on the
can.
fifth leg. Ronan
A
McDonald.
3-2 lead, and he could repeat yesterday's 4-2 victory.
Sixth leg.
It was
It's
at
Jeremy
this
to
stage
throw
yesterday
first.
where
Game
people
on.
really started to put their foot to the floor when they didn't have the darts. We had 6 games in a row
60.
in the middle of the schedule that went against throw, including match 9, which was won by McDonough against Fag.
61.
Second time that's happened.
Yeah, and it's basically throwing points on the floor, isn't it?
Well, the technology he's using in a substitute sense here the first couple of days,
100.
that equipment is supposed to make sure that doesn't happen.
140.
Or maybe he's got a faulty stem here because that flight's popped out. And I get the feeling the point has hit that stem twice, which may have damaged it. Alexander Mashek is the only person who's won 2 games today so far, but that's about to change. But how quickly?
100.
Look how precise this throw is.
99.
I just had a brainwave. Jezza's throw. It reminds me of
6.
Ronnie Highbrecht's.
Yeah, I'd go with that, actually. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
99.
Former World Cup
Ronnie, you
finalist Ronnie,
require
brother of Kim.
140.
Can he sandwich one in the middle?
60.
Well, this
Jeremy, you
is to save the
require
match.
86.
He didn't have to do this when he played in the previous round, but he has to do it now.
61.
Can't save it.
Ronan, you require 80.
To win. Double 5.
70.
Oh, miss starts at the outer ring.
Jeremy,
And
you
a miss
require
again.
25.
North at the top of the board by a good 1.5 centimetres.
And he just hits the 9. Oh,
Yeah, he's
nicely
on the
finished.
six leg.
Nicely
Jeremy
finished.
Flair.
Threw the dart exactly the same as the first one as well. He
7
moved
for
across
final
2
leg.
inches.
It's Ronan to throw first.
And you saw that
Game
the
on.
dart was underneath his previous dart by 1 inch and a bit. So perfectly thrown on a perfect
100.
weight. And it's now how does Ronan react to having had matched darts? Because the momentum now is with Fag for sure. As Jezza hits his third 180 of the match. So he's had dead periods in the game, but then he pops up with a 180 and gets himself back in the leg.
Yeah, Jezza's got 3 maximums in this match.
57.
That department is so far a little bit elusive for Ronan.
140.
He is scrapping with everything he's got. Sometimes you don't need maximums to win a match.
$123.
Nip and tuck,
Ronan,
but
you
Ronan's
require
got the better shot and the better
121.
position.
57.
Unless this
Jeremy,
is
you
found.
require 141.
110, his best finish. It's not going to be bettered here. But Ronan's already had 2 match
43.
darts.
Ronan, you require 64.
1 at 10s, 1 at 5s.
Jeremy would have liked to have been a little closer than this, just in case.
It's the top of the board again.
Game
And he
shot
doesn't miss
and the
this
match.
time. He is
Ronan
scrapping with
McDonough.
everything he's got. And that's a lot of spirit as well. A second consecutive win for Ronan McDonough. He might not be using his own equipment fully so far today and yesterday, but he's amassing points, that's for sure. A really good contest where the averages are almost identical, but the doubling, it was key for McDonough as he gets a 4-3 win ahead of our middle match, which will be Lee Cox and Mike Warburton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the new Coke Littler!
More darts action coming your way right now as we reach the middle point of Tuesday. Things are very, very interesting. Lee Cox is still top of the table, even though he hasn't won a game today. But he has been joined by Alexander Mashek. And if Warburton was to get the better of Lee right now, then we would have 5 players within 2 points of each other in this table, which is very much taking a congested shape here in the second day of Group A on week 3. Didn't win his last match, and his 3-game winning streak
First leg, it's Lee to throw
is
first.
now over.
Game on.
But Warburton, he's looked pretty sharp today.
Yeah, this is big because it really would
140.
condense the group up once more. And yesterday, it was a 4-2 result in the favour of Lee Cox. And that was against the darts for him, but he won it with just shy of a 95 average. And he hasn't looked anywhere near that today so far. And Warburton was chasing him just shy of a 93, so it was a real good dust-up. Is this the moment that we're going to start seeing the blue touch paper lit and really see the guys start to open up on each other?
41.
I feel doubtful of that because of what's on the line with how the table's sitting.
Well, one thing Lee should be inspired by
60.
is what his football team did last night. West Ham were 1-0 up, thanks to Jared Bowen, and then Chelsea came back and won 2-1. It was a very even contest,
60.
but they were still able to get the points. Maybe with a little bit of luck on the deflected shot from Cole Palmer off Aaron Wan-Bissaka, but you got to take these things when they come.
60.
Lee's taken a couple of things on the chin today, but he's still in position to lead this table after 3 rounds on Tuesday. You just say to yourself in this spot, okay, I've had my blip. Now it's time to get back to work.
$89.
And leaving a finish after 15 is not a bad start. We've just seen Ronan McDonough have his best average of Group A.
52.
There's no reason why other players can't kick on as well. You've got to hit your singles.
36. Mikey require 140.
Should this go, this would very much hurt.
$60.
Very straight, as he always is. And this one's got to be straight, but not there.
Mikey require 80.
Plenty for Lee to ponder in the background. He'll feel like he's getting pounded with adversity right now.
60.
At least he's coming
Lee
back.
requires 16. Game shot on the first
Notice how that
leg.
one was a lot
Leacock.
higher. It wasn't in the middle. It was in the top third.
Second leg. It's Mike to throw first.
It's a hold a throw, but you're always taking a gamble, allowing your opponent to have a double. Dodges the bullet. On we go.
41.
I think the hardest doubles to hit, maybe for the level below this, are the doubles that are bust shots, high and low. So if you think about double A, if you go a double too high or a double too low, you bust it,
55.
just like you've seen from Lee. It's the same for double 9. It's the same for double 5. Same for double 1, double 4.
81.
The creativity of the way this dartboard is actually quite sadistic.
45.
It was created in mind that darts is hard. And even though some people will come here and make it look simple, it is very difficult.
I think there's a lot of players that are pleased. The guy that decided where the numbers go is probably still not alive. Because I think he'd have had a few up the side of the ear hole by one or two players over the years who feel that the numbers being in the positions they are have cost them a few quid down the line.
Well, 6 days ago we had the opportunity to record a challenge between our Group A competitors, some of them being Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton, and others. And they played the upside down challenge, where the treble 20 is in the treble 3 position.
83.
And you can see that via our social channels and on our 24/7 darts channel on Pluto TV. We did that for your enjoyment,
99.
and it really was great fun to watch.
$96.
Tremendous last start.
120.
He could only see half that bed. That is a brilliant shot. Very much in, Mike. And that's a mic drop.
Leg, Mike Warburton.
Have a bit of that. Ton Plus checkouts are his speciality.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Even though his dart shirt says Michael.
100.
I've never heard anybody call him Michael. But then again, if Dave Lanning was around, he would.
Yeah, he would.
60.
I just, when I see him in his coat outside, go, "Hey, Warby, you look toasty."
$8.
When you're not having a very good day, that kind of thing happens. It's just a little less energy in that throwing arm. And that's the kind of thing that happens when that's the case anatomically.
Yes, and because the forward propulsion is produced through the energy through your arm, all of a sudden then, if you put a speed gun on your dart between your hand and the board, you are not
140.
throwing with the same power. Thus, your mind training of throwing your dart at a certain power is then all of a sudden you're missing your targets.
100.
I've spoken to many people who analyse throws over the last 4 or 5 years. And there are some
100.
incredibly appealing darts throws to the eye. But I assure you, I go to bat for Warburton all the time saying, this throw may just be one of the best in the world.
140.
I honestly
Lee
can't find
require
fault with it.
153.
From any angle, because I have looked.
No, having spoke with Glenn Durrant a few times
Mike
about
require 101.
darts and training and coaching and what have you. Mike's back on that 101 again, so we'll just hold that thought. Not to be this time.
69. Lee require 53.
Really does leave it nicely. So 53 for Lee Cox.
Game shot on the third
Nicely
leg.
done.
Lee
So
Cox.
is he getting his mojo back? Yeah. Glenn said, you know, the top 4 players in the world, you would never coach anybody to
Fourth
throw like
leg,
it.
It's Mike to throw
It's
first.
such an individual
Game
thing
on.
to throw. And it works for some and doesn't for others.
But if you were to teach someone who had never thrown a dart before,
100.
this is the kind of throw you would show them.
I don't see my own throw, so I think that I throw like Mike anyway.
100.
There are certain throws over the course of time that have been technically brilliant. Look at the positions. The right elbow, the right forearm,
100.
the body position, the lack of movement. I'm saying all of this because I don't understand why Mike isn't better than he is.
6.
I think he's got the technique from the gods.
But you know you've got to have everything else alongside it as well.
There are intangibles.
96.
Yeah, the sponsorship, the time to do it, the ableness to travel, the
mental strength.
Yeah, there's just
100.
seen some of the most natural dart players in the world be so brilliant, but between their ears, honestly, they couldn't do a jigsaw puzzle of a kid.
45.
Because and the minute things start to go wrong, everything is just like, you know, bonfire night at the Houses of Parliament. Everything's going off in
6.
between the ears, you know.
Mike
Things are
require
blowing up in there.
106.
And once you do that in your mind, you lose all sense of sensibility. And once you've lost that with darts, you're in massive trouble.
That's true. Used to be a guy
6.
on the PGA Tour about 20 years ago, a guy called Hank Keeney. He was seen as a huge talent with an extraordinary swing, so perfect. He won tournaments, but he didn't live up to his promise.
149.
How good was
Mike
that?
require 100.
A very complicated but very good visit. Tops.
Shot on
Oh,
the fourth flag. Mike
Warburton
Warburton.
adds another ton plus.
Oh, there you have it.
Fifth flag.
A
It's
ton
Lee
plus
to throw
checkout again,
first.
and that 100
Game on.
from Warburton was perfectly baked. That's 3 perfect darts to start this leg and 3 perfect darts to end the last one. From Lee Cox. He's playing some great stuff right now.
60.
Another thing that Warburton doesn't do, he doesn't go away. Warby stays and stays. He's one of those players.
95.
One has bounce back ability, just one leg later. And 2, as you say, with that throw being so perfect, when you watch him as an opponent,
60.
you notice nothing going wrong with it. You're looking for a lurch, a twist, a tweak, a bit of shoulder or something to show that he's a little bit nervous about playing you. And he gives nothing away. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, my first experience of playing Mike was during COVID when we had this project from home. And one of the things we used to joke about
60.
with Warburton was that he had the best webcam.
126.
It was always the sharpest image.
$36.
A little bit of a lead here, 231 points. This game is going to go to the wire.
90.
Just like the last one. And in the first round today, things were not tight. But they
Gage on
will
the
be
fifth
in the
leg,
middle.
Lee Cox.
Lee takes the lead. Can he finally get off the mark today?
Sixth flag. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. 100.
You don't see many dart players with the old school jewellery on anymore. It used to be the done thing. Nowadays, we're seeing more headlines for
100.
players in the PDC circuit saying they want to get a fancy watch, and that's about it. As you can see, the most important piece of jewellery on
100.
Mike Warburton, that's the wedding ring, and that's it.
Yeah, I did notice Thomas Banks when he was here and I was playing in the same group as him. He had a little chain that was
45.
flicking up and down his wrist on his throwing arm, and I kind of, I'm not sure that I would be able to wear a bracelet on anything on my throwing arm.
Well, Tommy Morris wears a big sweatband, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he had a
96.
little motocross incident and broke his wrist back along, and to be honest, he thought it would finish his darts, but it didn't, and
41.
he started wearing I don't know whether it was security, whether he thinks it goes round there and it gives it a bit more strength. I don't know what it is, but then once he started wearing it and started playing great, he just continues to wear it. I was with him last night, actually, our local league game. He turned up in Crocs to play. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Don't worry, we'll have a word with him about that when he comes here next, because
140.
that's
Mike
unacceptable
requires
behaviour.
65.
I actually have a picture of it. I will pop it on my social media for you later to have a little look at.
If Warburton hits double four, it'll be what a crock for Cox.
57.
Had to be careful there, mate. Lovely job. Cox still back on 175.
96. Mikey requires
Eloquently
8.
done, Nico. Eloquently done.
Can't miss.
Gave
Doesn't
Sean a
miss.
six
Yeah,
flag.
won't miss.
Mike
That's
Warburton.
exactly right.
One of two things.
7th and final leg.
Is about to
It's
happen.
Lee to throw first.
Warburton
Game on.
will go to 8 points. Or Lee Cox will go to 12
95.
and get his points lead back on his own ahead of Mashek against Whitehead. With that in mind, does he need to win this leg?
140.
Well, you'd have to say yes. Otherwise, he's going to become the hunter instead of the hunted.
Yeah, and it would...
100.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a really disappointing start to the day.
It is a famous name
60.
in darts, is the surname of Lee. Because not one, but two people were highly influential at the start of the PDC system.
46.
And they were brothers. Eddie Cox, spelt differently, C-O-X. And Tommy Cox, of course. If it wasn't for Tommy Cox,
100.
the PDC may have never got off the ground. That is a very long story. This is a mere chapter in Tuesday. And Lee is at a finish first, but he's very vulnerable. Should go bull, but won't.
140.
Oh, has that paid off?
Lee require 106.
Yeah, you have to say, how does that pay off? But it has. So, Lee
6.
Cox
Mikey
now
requires
going for
61.
damage limitation. He's left himself the biggest two-dart combo that he could have. Double 18 for Warburton.
He has
43.
wired those both. He couldn't have
Lee
been closer to
require
either of them.
100.
The final word. Does it come from Lee? It might. They've both done it in the
And
game.
match, Lee Cox.
The best game of this group. It was as tight as it comes. And when Mike Warburton goes back to the practice room, he'll be wondering how the double 18 and the double 9 didn't register, but they were on the wrong side of the wire, and Lee Cox is off the mark. 83 averages, but it was a belter of a game with both of them taking double top out twice in the same visit for 100 checkout. but Warburton falls by 4-3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action, and this one between Mashek and Whitehead. It will stipulate just what kind of lead Lee Cox has going into round 4. Whitehead has been knocking on the door of the top spot pretty much the entire time. But if he loses to Mashek here, he's going to have a 4-point gap between himself and now 2 people. But it is Alexander who has been the best player of the day. Undefeated, best leg difference, and looking the most assured.
First leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
And let's not forget, it's only his second day in the building. He's on debut.
Yeah, wins today against
45.
McDonough by 4-0. The only 4-0 victory of the day, and only the second one of the group. And then a 4-2 victory against Mike Warburton. And that was a really good performance. 91.88. The best average of the day. But he might be up against it here. Whitehead looks in the mood.
60.
Again, are we seeing Alexander here knowing the situation? We're talking about the language difference and may not be able to pick up on some of the chat.
92.
But surely he can pick up on the league table and the numbers, and he knows where he is here. And Is this one that he could be overthinking possibly and feeling that he really has to have this game?
6.
Well, I think it's a fascinating dynamic because if he was from Germany, I would say he'll be very well versed in round-robin stuff. But I don't know what it's like domestically in
97.
Czechia, how they play locally. They might play a lot of knockout stuff. They might play a lot of round-robin stuff like this. He didn't look at all perturbed
100.
by the schedule
Conan, you require
yesterday.
132.
I wonder if my dear friend Yuri is watching. Maybe he'll
84.
send me a message and say whether round-robin tournaments type like of this type are a thing out there.
Are you talking about Yuri Breaker?
Yeah. and
100.
No, Putsa.
Conan, you require 48.
Must be a common name in Czechia, Yuri.
32. Alexander, you require 136. $54. Conan, you
Now, if
require
Whitehead gets chances
16.
in this game, he's going to have to take them.
Game shot on the first
Very
leg.
well
Conan
done.
Whitehead.
Immediate break. Advantage Whitehead.
Second leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
I'm pretty confident that some of these continental players that will come to Portsmouth, they will know of
108.
Conan, but playing him is a very different proposition. He is imposing on a stage. In fact, any hockey he plays on.
Yeah, and he's got his battle haircut on as well today.
100.
Do you know, if I didn't know the backstory of Conan, if I was looking at
44.
him for the very first time, I'd go back about 900 years and I'd say he looks like a Celt. Horseback, covered in face paint, ready to fight for his country.
45.
Nah, he'd just fight. He wouldn't bother putting all the paint on. I don't think he'd have time to waste.
43.
You can definitely see him with a lamb leg and a flagon of ale.
Wearing some sort of animal skin as a coat.
Absolutely.
60.
He will hit us on the way out if he gets to hear about this.
It's all a compliment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course it is.
I'm trying to make him look like
44.
Russell Crowe from Gladiator. If you want to go mythological, he looks like one of Thor's friends.
We might be making him look like Russell Crowe, but we're probably
140.
making him look more like Sid James in some sort of carry-on film. Up the Khyber.
Or Carry On Camping, where everything costs £1.
82.
It's a pound.
Alexander, you require 156.
Never trust them farmers that have got camps, you know. He was a farmer, wasn't he?
60.
It's
Conan,
one of the
you
greatest
require
scenes in all of
108.
the Carry On movies. Trying to get into that campsite. Trying to get into double 18 here.
72. Alexander, you require 96.
You've got to stop him at some point, Alexander. Otherwise, he will have you for lunch. Great dart. Whitehead can't believe he's just hit that.
80. Conan, you require 36. Game
That's
shot on the
been hit,
second
though.
leg. Conan Whitehead.
Look at the passion on the stage.
Third leg. It's Alexander to throw first.
Yeah, you have to say
on.
here that Conan can see opportunity, can't he?
Well, someone's got to stop this guy, because if nobody does,
82.
he could well be the man to catch overnight. And I just wonder as well, after
6.
beating Lee Cox in the first game and then losing to McDonough in game 5, the end of that game, Ronan did show a little bit of gumption, didn't he? He might have fired Whitehead up a bit.
6.
I think you could be right. He certainly did, and With Cox having lost his first two,
100.
Whitehead can see an opportunity here to top the group.
Well, I remember back in Series 8, Whitehead was in the same group
100.
in a weekly campaign as Marvin van Velsen, who would go on to win the series, but Steve West, Conan Whitehead, and Van Velsen were all in the same group. And Van Velsen decided to give it some. A courageous move. He didn't really care. And Whitehead took note.
59. Conan,
And he started giving it back.
61. $50.
He doesn't quite know how that's happened.
40.
He's using very long points. And he's just shown you that he can thread the needle.
100. Conan, you require 121.
Can he get the 51? We've already seen this checkout
97.
in the previous match
Alexander,
twice.
You require 100.
Both times with 2 double tops. What?
$68.
I am not putting that on, but that took me by surprise.
Game shot on the
It's
third
3-0
leg.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
But my word, who goes bull on 100?
Fourth leg.
He
It's
did that
Conan
like
to
it was
the row
normal.
first. Game on.
Well, it did fire up Whitehead, that's for sure. And
92.
yeah, that has got us flummoxed.
Either I didn't get the memo on that, or this guy has a couple of tricks that we just didn't expect. Now, let's try and cast our mind over it.
60.
Is there any sense in going bull first on 100? You get the bull, you can go 18 double 16. If you get 25, you can go
58.
25 bull.
I'm still saying no, because you can also hit a 1 and leave 99. There's an element of risk amongst it, but I'm trying to think what he was trying to do. Was he trying to go 25, 25 bull? Was he? I'm trying to think of the... I haven't been so shocked since Michael Unterbuckner did this to me, and he had 84 left and went bull double 17 when we were 3-3, and I'm sat on top. I didn't get it, and I still don't get it now.
It screams of electronic dart behaviour.
108.
That's what it is, electronic dart behaviour. Now we've got a real barn burner going on here.
Well, Whitehead's got to leave a finish here. He's on 165. 19s is the play.
25.
19s is the play, but don't hit a 3. That was the play.
Yeah, the single 19 leaves a number where you can go for the same treble twice to win the match. This is not Alexander's best performance.
60. Conan, you require
Whitehead
146.
has exposed that. Turns out going for the same treble twice has cost him points.
64.
That one was a big bouncer. It came out all the way.
Alexander, you require 141.
Feels like Mashek is the only person in this table
125. Conan, you
who was
require
involved in
82.
4 nils. Is it another one? It may not be.
23.
And that last dart was
Alexander, you
angry.
require
One of
16.
not getting a dart for the match at that visit.
Resigned to
on
the
the
fact that
fourth
he was
leg,
losing the leg, and
Alexander
that's
Mashek.
exactly what he's done. It's a breaker throw.
Fifth leg. It's Alexander to throw
And
first.
Sasha
Game on.
now has a very good chance if he holds his own.
I enjoy watching Conan Whitehead more than 99%
59.
of dart players. I've said that many times before. Because you can just sense how much he wants to win.
59.
And his facial expression at the end of leg 4 was one of, he ordered the leg of lamb and the flagon of ale, and somebody gave him a kale salad.
100.
Here he comes.
100.
That's what happens when you don't give him the flagon of ale and the leg of lamb. He gets a little bit miffed and he takes it out on the 60.
85. 58.
He did have the benefit of the 54 or the 60 to leave the finish. But is that one dart lead enough? Apparently not. Don't go for the 20s.
93.
Good thinking. Second time that's happened today, where the dart has slipped out of his throwing hand and he's caught it in midair.
83. Alexander, you require 164.
Another one.
96.
Conan hasn't
Conan,
had
you
a
require
dart to win this match yet.
121.
Does he get one now?
97.
He'll be hoping
Alexander, you require
in the next
68.
10 or 12 seconds he will.
Two at double four then to continue this one on.
Gets
Only
on
needs
fifth
the
leg.
one.
Alexander Massa.
We have commented on his doubling prowess, Mashik,
Sixth
and
flag. It's
we are
Conan to throw
seeing
first. Game on.
him continue it under amounts of pressure here.
56.
10 from 22 today on the doubles. That's very good. He might not be having his most vintage display in the scoring stakes,
85.
but when he's had his chances, he's taken them.
$41.
This is the thing about this format. You can be 3-0 up, so close to winning it 4-0. But if your opponent can just stop you from getting that match dart, things can turn around really fast.
140.
Look who threw first in this leg. If Mashek wins this leg, he's favourite.
Yeah, I agree with that.
134.
And he'll have momentum in his favour as well.
Super steady all of a sudden. Whitehead does have 6 darts from here, but he's got to leave a finish.
100.
Is there a better way to finish a match than a 170 checkout? Maybe with a 141 for a 9-darter, maybe. But this would send a message, wouldn't it?
60. Conan, you require
I
107.
feel he needed that treble with the last dart.
98. Alexander,
Again,
you
he's
require
positioned to win the game.
116.
It's got to be 17s. I decided on something else.
74. Check 76. Conan, you require 72.
But Whitehead, to win, finally gets his chance. At tops.
Game shot.
He doesn't need another chance.
Conan Whitehead.
Huge victory for Conan. And he's now on level terms with Alexander Mashek. And Lee Cox is still top of the table after 8 rounds played. After everything he's been through in the first 2 days, he has still got that top spot. But Whitehead is now back within 2 points. And after the break, we will start our next round with Lee against McDonough.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action. And Tuesday has been a bit of a moving day for some, not for others. Because Lee Cox is still at the top of the table with only one win from 3 rounds of play. Jeremy Fagg has got his first win on the board, but is 4 points adrift of the next player in the table. Mike Warburton, who won 3 games in a row from yesterday through to today, still sits on 6 points and will feel quite aggrieved that he's down there. But Ronan McDonough, even though he played poorly in his first game today, he has responded. That's for sure. Conan Whitehead and Alexander Mashek did do battle just now, and they're both now on 10 points. 2 points adrift of Lee Cox at the top. As he takes on Ronan now, he has that possibility of a 4-point cushion once again, which is exactly what he started with. But Ronan, over his last couple of matches, has proven to be a very
First
tough nut to
gets
crack.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
I think Ronan's been a tough nut to crack because I think sometimes we don't know what Ronan's going to turn up. He's been so indifferent.
55.
But he seems to get the job done. When he's playing well and he's feeling good, he gets the job done, whether it's an 82 or an 83 average. We did see him have his best outing with an 88 last time around against Jeremy Fagg.
I've just been doing a little bit of
96.
research into what a Ronin actually is. I didn't know this. It's spelled differently, though. It's R-O-N-I-N, like the Robert De Niro movie. But a Ronin is a samurai.
58.
And it's a particular type of samurai. A masterless samurai. So upon the passing of their master, a samurai who doesn't have a master is called a Ronin. But but they're also known as vagabonds or wanderers.
140.
Sounds like that old TV show called Kung Fu. Do you remember that?
I do indeed. Yeah, very, very popular show that was. David Carradine?
Carradine, yeah.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee was
74.
furious he didn't
Running
get
you
cast in
require
that, by the way.
145.
Was he indeed? No, didn't know that.
93. Lee requires 72.
At least a little bit something better than a single 8 would leave. So that's quite fortunate.
56.
He couldn't take advantage of it.
Ronan, you require 52.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. Ronan McDonough.
Vibrancy in that little trot to the hockey to take that tops out. And McDonough breaks immediately.
Second leg. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Earlier on today, Scott, I asked you about your favourite Irish sports star.
140.
What's your favourite thing about Ireland?
Guinness.
45.
Sense of humour for me.
Yeah, no, probably that. I've never not
60.
had fun when I've gone to Ireland. I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's an astonishing place. Used to go there every October for the World Grand Prix and a couple of Players'
60.
Championship events. Don't go over there much anymore, which is a bit of a shame, but that's going to change. I think everybody needs a little dose of
48.
Ireland now and again.
I've always wanted to sort of hire a Winnebago or something and do the bottom side and sort of go around the coast. I'm sure it's something that happens a lot, but then at the same time, I've always wanted to do that with Scotland as well.
61.
So
What you should do is you should drive to Dunleary, near Dublin, and then do the top, go from Dundalk all the way to Galway, and then just do it
100.
anti-clockwise. You won't regret it. You go through places like Limerick, Shannon, Killarney, and then you go
140.
down towards Cork.
Ronan, you require
Well,
153.
you will not regret it.
yeah, the wife I remember
100.
back in the day saw the film P.S. I Love You, and she thinks the whole of Ireland is like that. And some lovely Irish man's going to sing to her on a footpath. I don't really know, but that's what she wants to do.
Gerard Butler's not even Irish.
137.
He's Scottish.
Ronan, you
I
require
know, but he
53.
sounded Irish for the movie, didn't he?
This is
Game shot on
sounding
the
pretty
second
good for
leg.
Ronan, isn't it?
McDonough.
He likes the sound of 2-0, but he likes something better that starts with a 4.
Third leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
I have to say, he's fired up for this. We may have to scrape him off the ceiling with a spade after this.
60.
He's definitely got some vibrancy. There's nothing wrong with that.
140.
He's putting the tungsten in Tungsten Tuesday.
It's the first time I've sort of met him properly this last couple of days, and he is a character.
100.
There's no two ways about it. He has a character, and quite infectious.
24.
When did you first go to Ireland in your life? Was it quite early or quite late?
No, very late. Yeah, very late. It wasn't until I started travelling with the darts. Yeah.
I first went in 2005,
125.
but I wanted to go before that. Tried to get a golf
6.
reservation at a certain golf course, rang them up, and they said, I'm sorry, but we don't have any reservations for that week that you can be here because we have some dignitaries coming here. I found out it was Bill Clinton.
140.
So Bill Clinton stopped me from playing a certain golf course, so thanks, Bill.
97. Lee requires 76.
To get back on track. There's nobody stopping you from hitting tops here, Lee. Not even Bill Clinton.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nobody
Leacock.
did stop him. Just like he was there in his rocking chair, just cool as a
Fourth leg.
cucumber.
It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
There's a bit more life about Lee now, but don't look.
140.
Tell you what, he really throws those darts very hard, doesn't he? It reminds me of a German player I once saw called Eric Tautfest.
100.
I couldn't believe how hard he threw the darts at the board.
I think the board's just thanking their lucky stars that hasn't got
100.
Simon Whitlock points in his darts as Ronan, because that would tear this thing to pieces.
60.
McDonough's last game is against Mike Warburton in game 14. Lee Cox will finish up against
57.
Mashek in game 13. And I'm going to give you all, watching live on Pluto TV, an opportunity to answer our tungsten teaser for the day.
100.
And you've got until Lee returns to the Oki in game 13 to answer this. On the 4th of February, in any year, how many people have won the Dutch Open in the men's competition? So in the existence of the Dutch Open for over 50 years, how
6.
many male players have won the
Ronan, you
Dutch
require
Open
104.
since the start on the 4th of February? When Lee plays in the final round, I'll tell you the number and I'll tell you the winners.
$44.
Considering how he's doubling so far in this one, this looks very much like it's going to be 3-1.
85. Ronan, you require 60.
2 from 3. Make
Game's on
that
the fourth flag.
3 from
Ronan
5.
McDonough. Fifth
And if he
flag,
beats
it's
Cox,
Lee to throw
he's
first.
on 10 points,
Game
just
on.
like Mashek and Whitehead.
100.
This table today is like trying to translate hieroglyphics
100.
into Sanskrit. Really, really tough.
I'll take your word for it.
100.
When you're talking to a man, all I can do is write shell upside down on a calculator. That's about as technical as I get.
57.
This is a great, great group now.
100.
I think the only thing we know at this point is it looks like Jeremy Fagg's going to be in Group C over the next few days
85.
after Group A is done. Mike Warburton, as well as he's played, especially with the ton plus checkouts, he's been cut adrift as well.
Oh, I think he's been hard done by Mike. I think everybody's been playing their
139.
worldies against him, and he's just been on the wrong end of the odd missed double here and there by a cigarette paper, and then he gets punished.
99. Lee
He's been
requires
so unlucky so far
62.
this Group A campaign for Warby.
Ooh, that was close.
30. Ronan, you require 160.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? Missing doubles by a wire can cost you a match. Getting on the other side of the wire can still
40.
give you a shot.
Lee require 32.
Don't give him a look, Lee.
Game shot on the
Very
fifth
well
flag.
done.
Lee Cox.
Yeah, it's the safest way. Don't give Ronan a chance.
Sixth flag. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
How is Ronan feeling right now, considering how he played in his first game? Because if I may be
85.
blunt, he was poor. But since then, what's happened?
Ronan is feeling that life is a roller coaster and you've just
99.
got to ride it at this particular moment in time.
83.
Wasn't that his first number one as a solo artist?
I don't know. I don't like him that much. I just know that song. Came on Greatest Hits this morning.
26.
Well, he's not the most famous Keating that the world has ever seen. Remember Karen?
96.
Yeah, I don't remember Buster either.
100.
Yeah, Karen Keating was the daughter of Gloria Hunniford, right?
Yeah, and she's a big
100.
Greek presenter and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was tragic what happened to Karen.
6. Ronan, you
not
require
enough.
137.
Ronan would take a 97 and run here.
You know that was going to be 57 tops as well if that went.
And it shouldn't have been. It's worked out okay.
85.
But I'm going to put in pencil question mark next to board management there.
100.
If he doesn't hit this, we could be going all the way.
52.
Yeah, that's a good reply from Lee Cox, that is. Puts the pressure on.
He knows how big this is. To get within 2 points of the top.
Game shot.
Very
and
well
the match,
done.
Ronan McDonough.
3 wins on the bounce for Ronan McDonough. We've somewhat cast him aside at the start of the programme today, but he said, what about me? We're watching, we're listening, and we saw that as well. With the inferior average, he has found 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and he wins by 4 legs to 2, ahead of our Jeremy Fagg and Alexander Mashik game.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the action. And after another win for Ronan McDonough. We now turn our attention to Jeremy Fagg against Alexander Mashek. And Mashek again has a chance to go to the top of the table. He did in game number 9, but fell to Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. Yet again, it looks like a day where 4-2 is the most popular scoreline. And we're just not getting anybody dominated in the score sheet.
Game on.
Jeremy off the mark today, but with 2 games to go, it looks already at the halfway point for him. Like Group C is going to be his destination.
It's been a bit of a bitsy day, isn't it? That's what I call it. You're expecting somebody to grab it by the throat, and then they don't. They lose one.
85.
And then that person in turn looks like they're grabbing everything and getting it sorted, and then they lose the next one.
$108.
Well. 500 180s in the series.
45. Jeremy,
Come on, Jeremy.
141.
You know you want to. Oh, we were looking for a second Australian 9-darter on that stage in the last 12 months. After we got one from Mason Whitlock. He could have had 2 in the same night.
85.
So the next 180 is 501st then.
501 and darts. Never work. It won't. It would never work, that number.
56.
This might work. It doesn't.
24.
But the benefit of hitting 280s in the first leg is that you do get time. Most of the time.
96. Jeremy, you require 32.
No hesitation. Double 16. That could be awkward. There is an angle here. Can he find it? Oh, he can.
On the first leg, Jeremy Fagg.
Do you know what? That's like hitting the stumps around the legs.
Second leg, it's Alexander to throw
That
first.
was a proper
Game on.
Shane Warne or Stuart McGill special.
Yeah, I was just about to mention Warney myself. Yeah.
140.
Watch the guys trying to pad it away and it misses the pad and goes round behind him and hits the stump. Super stuff, yeah.
I have an opinion about that, actually. Warney was brilliant.
55.
But if Warney never existed, Stuart McGill, he'd be the best Australian leg spinner ever and possibly one of the best spinners to have ever bowled a ball.
108.
He was extraordinary. He could turn it on a sixpence and get it to turn at right angles as well. Very much underrated because of the greatness of Shane Warne.
121.
Yeah, and on many test series and just kind of made very good batsmen look ordinary, those two bowlers.
Yeah, that moment when you hear the clump of the bails and you realise, well, what just happened? Well, the balls hit. Oh, okay, I'm out.
Yeah, see you later, I'm off.
78. Alexander, you require 81.
Oh, Alexander's not out. He's very much at the crease. I don't think they play cricket in Czechia. It's more of a tennis nation, isn't it?
49.
Famous for the likes of Petra Kvitova and Jana Novotná.
$140. Alexander, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
No
second
problem
leg.
whatsoever.
Alexander
Straight down the
Massey.
line.
Third leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
I've been so impressed with Mashek the last couple of days. I think his darts
60.
have got possibilities. But his demeanour, that's the thing that's impressing me the most. And it's typically Central European. Unflappable.
140.
Playing the game of darts like it's chess or poker. No matter what you do, this guy just doesn't flap. In the background,
82.
he doesn't look like a dart player. He's resembling the Dalai Lama, just thinking on the edge of the stage, and I love that.
Yeah, I like his focus. I like the way that he does it.
140.
I like this.
140.
There's definitely a little bit of extra pace in the step today. Maybe a bit of pressure lifted about the fact that he has got the win under his belt, but the 180s are better. He's troubling his opponents more.
140.
But when Mashek is playing like this, he might have to find another gear.
134.
That gear is being
Alexander,
found.
You require 81.
62 left. And he needs the bullseye.
32. Jeremy, you require 85.
So we go treble 15 usually. Treble 20 double 5, or it's 20 for the bullseye.
60.
Oh, a lot closer attempt from
Alexander, you
Fag.
require 49.
It's going to be double 16. He hasn't missed much on the outer ring today, so this is a bit of a let-off for Jeremy.
Yeah, needs to polish this off. And he
Shot
does
of
so
third
nicely.
leg, Jeremy Fag.
I think that side of the board is he's quite happy with, isn't he, on the double front, Jeremy?
Yeah, he seems
Full
to be.
flag. It's
He's
Alexander
thrown some
to throw
great darts
first.
at double 16 and
Game
double
on.
8, especially from angles when he's needed it.
140.
Now, I've been thinking about saying this for a good couple of days now. But I think Australian darts is in transition.
100.
With Simon Whitlock coming off the tour, Damon Heta being the number 1 and a top 10 player, doing fabulous stuff, flying the flag for Oz
41.
on tour. But off tour, I think that's where the biggest changes will happen in the next couple of years. The Australian Premier League coming in this year is a huge move.
100.
For me, it's about what the end product is from that, for where those players go. Within it, it's got to have an end product to me, and the next progression. And until it probably happens, we won't see what's going to happen at the end.
57.
Simon Whitlock was saying last week when he was here that the ANZ Premier League is going to be something he's gunning for.
95.
It's going to be a big deal. I think Aussie darts fans, I think they deserve something like that so they can see
58.
their Australian heroes on the stage going toe-to-toe against each other. I think it's a perfect product.
I think they're in for a treat. That's what I think. Aussie darts fans are in for a treat. There's no two ways about it.
And there are plenty of places to host darts
41.
events of that magnitude. Perth, Townsville, Melbourne, Sydney. There are stadiums all over the country that can house things like this.
96.
It's got to be promoted
Alexander,
correctly
you require 124.
and backed by the fans and taken seriously by the darting community. Just imagine
Jeremy, you require
if Jeremy has a
90.
good few months. If he gets himself into that, what could that lead to? Because I do believe the winner is going to get into the Worlds. That
Shot of full
is
flag,
sensational.
Jeremy Fag.
Considering at one point in this game, Mashek was averaging 113. He's not right now.
Fifth flag.
But
It's
Jeremy has
to
found
throw
himself
first.
3-1 ahead
Game on.
of someone who just can't seem to get to the top spot. This is fast becoming his best performance of the week.
180.
We're hitting all sorts of milestones in this game.
140.
And you have a feeling as a player, once you come up here and do this once, you can continue to do it.
It's almost a shame sometimes when you're playing this well.
40.
If you get a win, you want to have your next game right away, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You do.
100.
Can he finish the job with little fuss? His first win came against Lee Cox and he won by 4 legs to 2, but this one might be by a bigger margin. Another max. And Jeremy has got 4 in this game. Best effort of the week? 5 from Whitehead
60.
against
Jeremy
Mashek
require 101.
in the previous round. They are maxing against him and they're needing to. Double 16.
85.
If he'd hit that double 16, that would have been the performance of the week.
It would, yes. And Alexander's got to be feeling that he's walked into one here.
100. Jeremy, you require 16.
Nothing
shot.
wrong with
And the
that
match,
at all.
Jeremy Fag.
It's not the biggest average of the week, but it is the biggest one that Jez has given us. And that is a huge shot in the arm for him. He is smiling from ear to ear right now as it takes him to 4 points in the table. But crucially, he keeps Mashek at 10. So it's 4-1 to Jeremy Fag. And when we come back, it's going to be Warburton against Whitehead.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, I hope you're enjoying our action on Pluto TV today because this table is so unpredictable. And with Mike Warburton playing Conan Whitehead right now, Warburton looking to make it to 8 points. That would be a very fair amount of points for him to have at this stage, but nothing has been fair to him because people have been playing well against him. As for Whitehead, he's been knocking on the door of Lee Cox all day long. And now he's got a chance at the end of round number 4 to get to the top eventually. But what we've seen today, it's been people getting close, but not displacing Cox at the top. Is it about to happen again? Is Lee going to survive round 9? Or will he finally be
First
overtaken?
leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Yeah, tough one to
on.
say, really, because you can't say there hasn't been opportunity to topple him, because there have. And every time the player's been in that position, he's sort of fluffed his lines a little and not put himself in the mix.
100.
And there's a certain element of pressure going into the games where you know if you win this one, you're going to be challenging him. But I think
121.
it's such an even group, even though Jeremy Fagg is sort of cast away at the bottom a little bit. He's still now starting to win games, and I think it's just going to... We've got 15 games left
140.
tomorrow, and we've got 4 today. And you just think there's still a whole lot of work to be done here for whoever wins this group.
140.
That's the way it should be. What we try to do, as best we can, is make these groups
100.
as evenly matched as possible. I mean, think about last week. Whitlock won the group on 20 points.
140.
I can
Mike, you
envisage
require 161.
this group being exactly the same. This is not going to be a 26 or a 24-point group that wins Group A.
We also had a really strange situation last week where Tommy Morris played 25
43.
games,
Conan,
I
you
think.
require 100.
15 of them were 4-3. It was crazy. Doesn't get more even than that.
Correct.
60. Mike, you require 118.
Just lift one over the top. Sounded
40.
easy, didn't it?
Conan, you require 40.
Very easy to say that from the commentary box.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
Whitehead
Conan
starts with a
Whitehead.
13 darter, and he's got number 1 on his mind. His last game
Second
is
leg,
against
it's
Jeremy
Conan
Fagg
to
in
throw
game
first.
15.
Game on.
If he wins this game and goes top, being the leader going into Wednesday will be in his
83.
hands.
$60.
Recently, Mike did play Challenge to a Darts in the last couple of weeks. It didn't go particularly well.
140.
He lost to Tommy Morris. He played 4 events and lost in the first round 3 times. In fact, the only person he beat
100.
over the couple of days he played was David Schlichting of Germany, someone who has played here a couple of times. On the first day,
46.
he lost to Bo Greaves, and plenty of people did.
I didn't. Thank goodness I didn't play her. She was absolutely on fire.
60.
If only her name needed one less syllable, you could actually have Bo Greaves is on fire.
90.
Yeah. She's been a sensation on the Challenge Tour. And that's why she went to Q School, because she wanted more quality darts. She felt that she was
85.
missing out. I'd had a chat with her about this.
142.
And we'd sat down together. She's just a lovely, lovely person.
How do you want your 85, Conan? With or without relish? That'll work.
126.
Yeah, I think you make a good point here, Scott, because lovely people can play darts and mean people can play darts.
60.
Takes
Conan,
all
you
sorts
require
to
16.
give us this incredible darting family
Game
that we
shot on the
have.
second leg.
And
Conan
one of those
White.
members is 2-0 up.
Yeah, it's what type of person you are when you put your foot to the hockey and go.
Good
Are you a
leg.
winner?
It's Mike to throw first.
Are you a winner?
Game on.
Are you? Do you believe you can win? I love those games where it's going 100, 100, 100, 100, and you're just waiting for one of you to make a
100.
mistake, and you just hope it's not you. And how can you not get excited and get into it? It's just so good. And going back to the sort of Bo Greaves thing, I sat
140.
and chatted with her about it, and she said, it's the competitiveness of the darts I want to play. And that's exactly what she's now got. And
180.
does she want the tour card? Is she going to stay in the top 2 of the Challenge Tour? And when she does,
100.
I suppose she'll have to take the tour card.
She doesn't have to.
Well, I thought there were restrictions if you didn't. So where do you go if you don't? I thought there were.
100.
Or was that just restrictions if you didn't take it, if you won it at Q School?
I will say this. If Bo Greaves is in the top 2 at the end of the Challenge Tour season and she decides not to take a tour
97.
card,
Mikey
if there's any
require
sanction
121.
imposed on her, that is wrong.
Agreed. The thing with the Challenge Tour is, for the winner, the money is so high
57.
that you
Conan,
see a
require
situation where
84.
partway through the Challenge Tour, it's more or less over. Like with Barry Van Peer last year. He had won so many
52.
within the first 6
Mikey
months
requires 64.
that he probably didn't even need to go to keep his second place.
Mike's got to go right now, because if he doesn't, 3-0 down is a distinct possibility.
Game shot on the third leg.
That
Mike
is
Warburton.
brilliant. Don't tell me that Warby hasn't got bottle.
Fourth leg.
Because
It's
if he
Conan
misses
to
that
throw
tops, he's
first.
going to be 3-0
Game
down.
on.
And possibly staring down the barrel of 4-0. Because look who's got the darts in leg 4.
60.
You say that Bo Greaves is a wonderful human being. I completely concur. I absolutely adore her. But what I have to admire the most, aside from her being a great person,
85.
are the steps made to get her where she is now. I personally think that everything that's been done from start to now has been done so well,
100.
it might as well have its own name on a chessboard.
It's been done her way, and there's no rush either. She is in no hurry. She's 20 years
100.
old. She is in no hurry to be pushed into places where she doesn't want to be. She has her own mind. She has her own thoughts.
140.
How long, or is there any guarantees for a dart player to be around a long time because she's 20 years old? No, of course there's not.
121.
Anything can happen. But I still think that the slow and steady build-up does win the race long term. She's not rushed into anything.
100. Conan, you require 135.
That puts pay to that. And we know what Warburton does with
47.
101 most of the time.
Mike, you require 101.
Treble 19. Not again.
49. Conan, you require 88.
But this is an important shot. He does not want to be broken at this point. Double 7.
74.
And now he might be broken.
Mike, you require 52.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
The
fourth
doubling.
leg.
You have
Mike
to admire
Warburton.
it. That's a brilliant leg. But I feel that's
Fifth
only
leg. It's
possible
Mike
because
to
of the
throw
previous
first.
one.
Game on.
Yeah, agreed. Because of the mental state from the previous one as well. But this is one of
6.
those games I was talking to you, those games where it's nip and tuck, and you're really testing yourself all the time. There's no time to think. There's no time to take anything in. You just know you've got to
81.
continue to match your opponent, and it is a real art of combat. It really is. Darting combat.
100.
I don't know if you're a big reader, Scott, but I suppose if Mike was going to have a book about how he plays the game, you could call it
50.
narrated by Sun Tzu, and it would be called Art of Warby.
I like what you're saying there. I do understand it.
60.
Powerful third dart coming in.
95.
And that's what he didn't like. He was trying to thrust that third dart towards the second. And in concentrating on the power, he forgot about the line.
100.
If Warburton does win this game, and Lee Cox is top, still, after what's happened today,
125.
we might as well call Lee Teflon Lee.
Conan, you require 150.
Seen a bit of everything today. Whitehead going for
58.
bullseye on 50 with 3 darts in hand.
Mike, you
We've seen
require 81.
Mashek go for bull first on 100 with 3 darts in hand. But we didn't see Whitehead go for 3 bulls on 150. Double 12. Still
Game
hasn't
shot
missed a
of
dart
fifth
and a
leg.
double.
Mike Warburton.
87 average, of course, because that's what he does all the time. It's
Sixth leg.
astounding.
It's Conan to throw first.
There are certain
Game
players in world darts. You can watch them blindfolded and just accept
100.
that they're going to average a certain number. Chris Mason talks about Christopher Tysky a lot. He's going to average 95. He's probably going to have about 35 to 40% in his doubles, and he's probably going to beat you. Mike Warburton at this level is an 87 average player all the time.
100.
He averaged 87 yesterday. He's averaging 87 in this game. It's just what he does.
Yeah, I agree. And
97.
that doubling prowess that he's showing right now, it's 9 times out of 10 a winning average, even against a 92 or a 93.
I would not be shocked if someone gave me a statistic right now
140.
for his entire career at the MODUS Super Series. I'd be very confident in it being an 87 average.
81.
I knew I received an email on Monday about this. It's an 87 average. His entire career in this building is 87.86.
55.
So he's playing to type then.
And let's face it, an 87 average is very competitive in this kind of environment. Especially when you're 3 out of 3 in the doubles.
100.
Don't forget that Whitehead was 3-0 up in this game, knocking on the door of the top spot. And then all of a sudden, that double top in leg 4 changed it all.
78. Mike, you require 80.
This could be the final twist. Double top again.
40. Conan, you require
That one
90.
miss could be costly. Double 5. Oh, he's
No
got the
score.
wrong one.
Mike, you require
And he may have shown
40.
Warburton the way. The way to 2 points. And this to keep Warburton in the reckoning.
Game shot.
He's
and
still
the
part of
match
this
by
table.
Warburton.
He goes to 8 points and Whitehead is still on 10 with Mashek and McDonough. We've got carnage in Group A. And by hook or by crook, it's Warburton who averages 87 again with 4 out of 6 on the doubles and wins by 4 legs to 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
One thing's for sure, with one round to go on Tuesday, there are going to be plenty of people in with a shout come tomorrow. Because plenty are within touching distance of the top. Ronan McDonough, Mashek, Whitehead, all on 10 points. One win away from Lee Cox, who will start this final round on Tuesday. If he wins, he's guaranteed to have that lead overnight again. But it is a miracle that nobody has toppled him all day long. Only Jeremy Fagg really out of it. Mike Warburton, he will finish against McDonough in the next match. After beating Conan Whitehead, there are plenty of chapters left on Tuesday. So I have to ask you this very simple question, Scott. How on earth is Lee Cox still top?
Well, I think it's more to do with others than Lee have been fluffing the lines a little bit and seeing a chance to go level and then getting beaten by another player, and it's squeezed everything up to make it a very intriguing finish
First
to the
leg,
day.
it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
I think with the 5 games we've got tomorrow to come as well, we could end up today none the wiser. We thought that Cox was going to run away with it after his 5 out of 5 yesterday.
140.
I think it just goes to show that Monday is just one day. Today, we've had 2 wins
100.
for Whitehead, Warburton, Fagg and Mashek. 1 win for Lee Cox out of 4. And Ronan McDonough is the player of the day so far with 3 wins from 4. Who forecast that? With all due respect to Ronan, none of us.
99.
I don't know about you, Scott, but I think that last game with McDonough and Warburton might be a bit fiery.
It's definitely a battle of
108.
peacockery, I think. There's going to be a bit of that. Can't wait for it.
$92.
Just shy of the finish.
Require
Needed the
81.
treble 20 to leave 170. Double 12 for an 11 dart start.
Game shot on the first leg.
Double 12 for a
Alexander
12
Mashek.
will do.
Second leg. It's Lee to
Mashek.
throw first. Game on.
On a leg difference of all square as it stands, the bigger
39.
chunk he takes out of Lee Cox, the better. And if he finishes on the same amount of points as Lee at the end of the day,
85.
he is without a doubt in with a chance tomorrow when he starts.
One thing that Lee Cox have in his favour about that 12-dart
41.
leg, it wasn't against the darts. It was on Alexander's throw. So doesn't look like he's going to pop up with another 12-darter here.
No, he's not. Because nobody can take out 386 in 6. Now, earlier on today, when Lee Cox was playing in round 4,
177.
he wasn't doing a great deal of that. Even though his average was a good 5 points better than McDonough, he still lost by 4 legs to 2. And I posed a tungsten teaser.
100.
How many dart players have won the Men's Dutch Open on the 4th of February? Any idea, Scott?
100.
I'm going obvious. Barney.
Do you know how many players? You got a number?
Five.
45. Lee require 140.
You'll get the answer in the next leg. Will we get a double 12 again? Yeah, we will.
Game shot on the second leg. Lee Cox.
It's 1-1, and Lee needed that. It
Third
wasn't
leg
necessarily
is
to do with that
Alexander to
leg.
throw
I think he
first.
just needed something
Game on.
really bright to give him a jolt of confidence towards the end of today's campaign.
45.
Yes, the amount of men that have won the Dutch Open on the 4th of February in history is 8. These are the names, and you were right about Raymond van Barneveld, by the way, 2001. We're going to start in chronological order in 1973. A guy from the Netherlands called Ton Costa.
119.
6 years later, won by Daniel Syria from Belgium. And in 1990 by Leo Lawrence. Now we're starting to get to the names that we all know. 1996, Steve Beaton. Same year that he won the world title. Barneveld, 2001. Your good pal Scott Waite in 2007.
81.
Mark McGeaney in 2018. And last year's champion, Jarno Bottenberg.
60.
So if you got that right, well done. If you did it without looking at the internet, even more of a well done.
108.
And a very big well done to Alexander for doing that. Curiously, he's got 2 in this game, and he's only had 1 all day before that.
40. Alexander, you require 76.
So finding the 180s at just the right time. Two 4s.
Raise of the eyebrows because he was
68.
very, very distant there. That was a bit tense, nervous headache, those ones.
You notice how he's traversing the oche a little bit like Andreas Nicolau from last week, but maybe not to the same degree.
140.
We'll say they're
Alexander, you
micro steps
require
compared
8.
to what Andreas was doing last week. Can he step in the right direction here?
Game shot on the third leg.
No doubt about it.
Masek.
2-1 Mashek.
He doesn't, and if you were stood behind him like Lee Cox was there
Fourth flag. It's Lee to throw first.
and saw those first darts in his previous visit going for the double, you think he's not going to get anywhere near it.
108. He
3 legs in. Lee is playing better against Mashek today
100.
than he was yesterday. And he's behind. His best performance of the week came against Alexander in Game 3 of Monday
100.
with an average of 96.97. This is a good 5 points better than that.
41.
When he gets it right,
140.
he makes this game look very simple. It is anything but. And they're trading blows at the minute.
84. Lee require 81.
Odd numbered legs. Mashek's got them mashed. Even numbered legs.
49.
Lee's in control. Problem with that pattern is, if Lee doesn't break,
100.
he will
Lee
leave today with
require
1 win.
32. Game shot on
Beautiful
the fourth
dart,
leg. Lee
using the
got
guide to perfection. Now what happens in this odd-numbered leg?
fifth leg. It's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Can Alexander get that good start that he's been getting on his own throw, and he does it again?
98.
You know that piece of equipment they've got at the gym? It's called a sled, where you put your hand on both sides and you have to push it with plates on it. And the heavier it is, the harder it is to move.
108.
At the minute, pushing Alexander around on his throw is like pushing it uphill. When he's against the darts, he might as well push it
96.
downhill. It's like playing 2 different players.
100.
Mashek is playing like he's made of titanium. He just can't be broken.
100. Alexander, you require.
No, and he's got to
81.
try and polish this off in 2 to really. Incoming 12 data.
49.
Oh, couldn't have got any closer.
Well, just to paint the picture of how well he's playing on his own throw and not so well against, this average
140.
is only 94.
Alexander, you require 32.
If it was just on his own throw, it would be at least 10 more. But is
No
this
score.
where it changes?
Lee requires 67.
The door is open, Lee. Lick your lips. And bite down.
35.
He knows how
Alexander,
big that
you
was.
require 32.
Does he get another look? This looks nervy all of a sudden.
28. Lee require 32.
Really would have dodged a bullet here in this leg if he can see this one off.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah,
Lee
nicely done. It's
That
all
was-
about taking advantage.
That was destined to go in. If you look at the way
Sixth
his
leg,
darts
it's Lee to
dance
throw
in the air,
first. Game on.
the moment his dart glances the right side of that flight and barrel, it will just say, come on in.
100.
It just can't miss. Now, if he doesn't use this position to get a win,
140.
he's only got himself to blame, I'm afraid. Because he's had his fortune today. One more leg to be top of the table after a very
137.
tumultuous 5 matches. Warburton, if he beats McDonough next,
140.
after a Lee Cox win, that'll be a 4-point gap. And if Fag beats Whitehead, that 4-point gap will still be there,
100.
come what may. That's the ideal situation for Lee at the minute. But he's got to do his job. He cannot affect what happens after that.
43. Lee require 164.
Should have used the 18s
60.
on dart 2. That 60 was blocked.
Lee require
So
104.
pressure applied then.
Big dart. He was hopeful it was in. He's just had some good news.
72.
I think he was caught up in the fact that he didn't know if it
Alexander,
was
you
in.
require 78.
Yeah, just had to lean forward, didn't he, and unbalance himself, but... Oh, dear.
He doesn't recover.
38. Lee require 32.
That's where his first one should have been, to stay safe and made sure he got a dart at it.
1 left. Oh, he's got the wrong
No
one.
score. Alexander, you require 40.
If Mashek hits this, that miss could infect the next leg. We might not have to find out after
Lee
all.
require 32.
Tension on Tuesday. Game 13 is going to be unlucky for someone. But it's not going to be Lee Cox, who has won 2 games out of 5 today. Not his best day. But what the good news for him is now, he's going to be top going into Wednesday, come what may. So that 4-2 victory was a bit tumultuous to say the least. He does the double over Mashek. And now we will do the double after the break because we've still got 2 games to go. McDonough looking to finish off as the player of the day against Mike Warburton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Thanks for staying with us with our live action on Pluto TV for day 2 of week 3 in our MODUS Super Series 10. And now we have an assured Lee Cox at the top of the table. He's not going to be overtaken tonight, at least. But he could still be caught by plenty of parties. It very much depends on what happens in the last 2 matches, though. Mike Warburton has been languished in the bottom 3 most of the time, but playing really good darts. He takes on Ronan McDonough now in their final match today. If Mike wins, he will be on the same points as Alexander Mashek and McDonough overnight, and even possibly Conan Whitehead, if Jeremy Farr can do him a favour in the last match. But he's got to do himself one now.
It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
I think this game could be a little bit fiery. It very much depends on what happens in the first 2 or 3 legs. But you have to say, after everything that's happened over the course of the 13 matches we've had on Tuesday, 5 players have got 4 points for the day, and McDonough's got 6.
6.
Yeah, indeed. And going back to that feisty business, While you were we were at the break and you
100.
can't see out the window and I can, there was a little cuddle between the two before they started. There was a bit of man love there. Very friendly, so I'm not sure it will get all fired up. We'll see.
140.
Give it time. I've hugged a player or two at the start of a match, and at the end, I want to wring their neck.
82.
I wondered whether it was a bit of gamesmanship. I wasn't sure what was going on there with the lesser experienced person.
Kill them with kindness, Scott. Kill them with kindness.
Yeah, you can. I know you can.
$43.
You know what Patrick Swayze says in Roadhouse, right? Be nice.
Yeah.
Until there's a time where it's time to not be nice.
I thought we turned into the Portsmouth Love Lounge. They were cuddling so much.
45.
Yeah, it's Valentine's Day next week. I wonder if it's going to become the Love Lounge that day, not the Live Lounge.
43. Mike, you
Why
require
not?
156.
I'll have to get the socials team on marketing for that one.
Oh, Henry's going to be ecstatic when he knows he's got to dress up as a box of chocolates.
He's never going to be the milk tray man, is he?
100.
How good is that 140?
Ronan, you require 133.
It really is a wonderful score to lose 16. And it is to break
26.
immediately.
Mike, you require 16.
Ronan's already had a better day than yesterday. But you should never settle for 6 points after 4 games.
Game shot on the first leg.
You never know, he might have to.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Did you ever have the pleasure of playing Peter Manley, Scott Mitchell?
Yes.
Are you aware of the little tactic he used to employ on the hockey?
140.
Which one of the 8 are you talking about?
Well, I'll go with this one. Back in 2009, when I played Peter for the very first time, we didn't have exclusion zones. So playing him at the Ricoh Arena, as it was once called, in Coventry, it was a Players' Championship event, and he won the leg. He would then come back, stand in front of me, and within about 2.5 feet of the hockey, giving me minimal room to manoeuvre.
140.
Based on the rules back then, there was nothing wrong with it. But I was no fool. I knew exactly what he was doing because I'd seen him do it before. So I just decided to walk around him. I didn't have much room to throw. I did it anyway. It just didn't ruffle me. That's one of the reasons why exclusion zones were brought in.
81.
Look at Warby there, standing well outside before his turn.
My incident with Peter Manley was a little bit different. It was at the Seniors World Championship a couple of years ago.
100.
And in the players' room, 3 hours before.
100.
Every time he hit a bullseye,
76.
I'm 2 boards away from him. Save that one for when you bull up against Scotty. Save that one. There's another one, Scotty. There's another one. And he's like 3 boards away from me, not even talking to me, talking to himself. Going, oh, there's another 180. Save that. Save
Ronan,
it.
you require 80.
Talking to himself within earshot so that you knew that you could hear him. So I wandered on, got my earbuds, turned my music on, and that was the end of that.
I'd like to see that kind of thing fly these days. I'm not sure it would.
40.
And Ronan's second
Mike,
dart there did
require
not fly
40.
straight. And he may just pay the penalty for that.
Game shot
That
on the
he
second
does.
leg. Mike Warburton. Third leg, it's Ronan to throw first.
This is
Game
all
on.
going according to plan for Mike. And for Lee Cox.
100.
We have had games today
100.
where we've seen people take a 2-0 lead, but then things change. It happened to Whitehead against Warburton. He was 2-0 up,
100.
and then Warburton hit that game-changing double top checkout. And he would win every leg from there for a 4-2 victory. Why do I get the feeling that Warburton is not going to win this group? But as the week goes on, he's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. I think he's one of the strongest players
60.
to have only won 1 week here in the last 2.5 years.
100.
Let's face it, he's one of the rare players who's played at every venue we've ever had. At home, Southampton and here. He's been a permanent fixture since the very start.
100. Ronan, you require 76. Game shot on the
The
third
first one
leg,
at the double
Ronan
eight was a bit
McDonald.
wild there, and I think Ronan was gesticulating the fact to himself.
Fourth flag, it's Mike to throw
He
first.
has had a few wild darts at
Game
double
on.
over the last couple of days. When his flights eventually arrive, we can then grade these performances against the equipment that he feels he plays better with.
60.
I hope for his sake that he doesn't play worse with his own equipment.
That could be an issue.
140.
Don't forget, after the live coverage today, we've got lots of different darting content coming your way.
100.
We've got a really good one coming up for you
60.
after the live coverage today. We had a chat with Simon Whitlock last week, didn't we, Scott? And the Tungsten Talk with the Wizard follows our live programming of Group A's Day 2.
60.
Yeah, it was enjoyable chat. Oh, enjoyable chat that was. And yeah, you'll find out a bit more about Simon, definitely, if you stay tuned after the live action.
140.
I hate to say that we told you so, but
161.
2-0 is never safe.
No, not here it
57.
isn't. Not on a Tuesday anyway, for sure. So Warby's done all the early running in the first couple of furlongs.
$41. Ronan, you require 104.
Down for the 16s, he needs 4 of them.
92.
We are staring a level game in the face. All of a sudden, the treble seemed to have dried up.
97. Ronan, you require 12.
How are the doubles? Now there's an opportunity.
Mike,
That
you
one
require
big treble in
86.
the last few visits for Mike Warburton. Give him this 86 for 3-1.
For me, Ronan was in too quick there and Mike was still at the board.
$54.
Wow,
Ronan, you
that facial
require
expression tells you
6.
everything. He thought that was good. That one
Game
is.
shot on a 4 flag. Ronan McDonald.
It's 2-2, and the intensity rises.
5th flag. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
He's a fidgety one, isn't he?
140.
He's definitely got something about him. You think about other young dart players coming from Ireland like Dean Finn, Keane Barry, Steve Lennon.
100.
What do they all have in common? They're all quite placid. This guy, anything but. It's more of a live wire.
Yeah, Scuba Steve is so laid back that, yeah, he'd fall in the water and not breathe. That's why he's got a scuba.
Scuba Steve. That's right up there.
140. $95.
He's as much to scuba as I am to flower arranging. Where's this come from?
100.
The last leg he could barely hit a treble. And now he can't stop hitting them.
130.
What an answer
Mike
this has been from Warburton.
41.
Oh, McDonough is not far away.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Mike Warburton.
A little bit of confidence in the walk there. And a bit of respect as well. It deserved every single
Sixth
bit of
leg,
it.
it's
That
Mike
was
to throw
a world-class leg
Game
from
on.
Mike. And that's the best leg he might throw all week.
Apart from this one.
108.
Well, he's on a hot streak, and I know a thing or two about Mike Warburton hot streaks.
60.
I've seen him average over 110 in 2 games in a row. When he gets it right,
100.
he is not red hot. He can go white hot. He does have a personal best average here of over 115. Two more visits. And he'll be done. And he can vault his way up the table over McDonough, over Mashek,
60.
and into the same vicinity as Whitehead, and put himself in the reckoning for tomorrow.
100.
As long as he takes care of this 161 and a couple of visits.
61.
Sheer scoring prowess have given him this breathing space. Well, that
90.
is something he doesn't usually do. And I'm glad to see him do it, because it makes so much more sense than staying on the 20s.
Mikey requires 71.
$54 left. Just about tops.
51.
Double 10 is not a certainty, but it is likely.
100. Mikey requires
3 out of
20.
8 on the doubles has been good enough to get him here.
Game
That
shot
is more
and
than
the
good
match,
enough.
Mike Warburton.
He wins the last 2 legs in 27 darts. Sensational to keep himself in the running, and he goes from 5th in the table to 3rd. That could even change by the end of the day. Well done, Mike. A better day than Monday, yielding 6 points. And it's going to be him and McDonough that share the best tally of points today. But there could be somebody else getting that as well. Could be Whitehead. Could be Fag. You'll find it after this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready and it's trophied. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome to the final game of Tuesday, and you've joined us at a very, very cool time indeed, because Lee Cox will lead the table overnight, but he's got so many people waiting to charge him down tomorrow if he slips. Well, the thing is, he slipped today, but nobody's been able to take full advantage of it. Points shared around evenly today, and we can't say any fairer than that. 3 players will have 6 points for the day. 3 players will have 4, and it can't be any more even than that. But who is going to be the third person to get 6 points? That's what we're about to find out.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Whitehead has the darts, and he still has the chance to be within 2 points of Lee Cox at the end.
140.
Got to give Jeremy a bit of credit today as well. Off the canvas, couple of wins, including a really good win over Alexander Mashek, doing things like that plenty of times. On Monday, he had 7 maximums.
100.
It feels like he's getting most of his 180s right now. And these darts, Scott Mitchell, seem to work a little bit better than the ones from yesterday.
100.
Agreed. He's got much more consistency. He seems to have much more feel with him at the moment.
140.
And he's more competitive in general with him, isn't he? And he's not daft. He knows what's working and what kind of isn't. So
41.
Yeah, I would be astonished
You require 121.
if he uses something else tomorrow. $84 left. He's thinking about the treble 16 here.
85.
Good plan, well executed.
You require 140.
Stay. He did have the option of 2 double tops there, but that's a plan that a lot of people don't tend to use on 140 for some reason.
Game shot on the first
Whitehead
leg.
starts
Conan
with a
Whitehead.
13, and he knows how big these 2 points are.
Second leg is
In order to
Jeremy throw
accomplish
first.
what he's already done
Game
here
on.
before, in winning a series, you've got to go through these steps. Get through a group to make Saturday night
85.
in your qualifying week. You have to win that Saturday night and get to Champions Week. When you're in Champions Week, you've got to make the Saturday called
45.
Champions Night. And then only that night can you say to yourself, I can become a MODUS Super Series champion.
$81.
Day 3, Scott. We teased it yesterday that Lee Cox will play against Conan Whitehead
25.
in round 5 in game 13. We said there was a possibility it could come down to that, but looking at the table right now, it might not be that simple.
No, I'm having a good look at it here, and I'm just trying to look and see
45.
that Mike Warburton will open up tomorrow against Ronan, who he's just played. So that'll be another interesting one to start off, and Mike then could grab another couple of points and be
79.
right on the cusp of causing a bit of an upset tomorrow. I still think he's got to go 5 out of 5 tomorrow, Mike. 4 out of 5 to maybe steal it
41.
and hope some other results go his way. But the way that we've seen today is that's exactly what's been happening with the results. It's been a
108.
a good thing for Lee Cox because he's been sat out front like Max Verstappen at the front of the Formula One, while everybody else has been tussling away with pit stops and shooting off the corners while he's just carried on out in front. So we could see a little bit more of that tomorrow, but I don't think we will. I
43.
think it's going to be really tight game. And now that Jezza's playing well with his different darts today,
140.
he will have a big say in where it all goes tomorrow.
$123.
Whitehead
Conan, you
really is
require
showing
32.
some strength here.
No score.
But not finding the double 16 that gave him
Jeremy,
that
you
MODUS Super
require
Series 1
83.
title. Got to require the single, which he gets. Doesn't even mess with the treble. I like it. But he doesn't like that one very
45.
much.
Conan, you require
Got a little excited,
32.
didn't he, there with the last one?
If in doubt, new target.
No score.
He will
Jeremy,
be
you
in
require
disbelief
38.
about what's just happened. This is really, really messy. Got to be aggressive.
No score.
Too defensive.
Conan, you require 32.
Yeah, a lot of apprehension in that. Now you're going to see Conan go at this
Edge
full
on
bore
the
and
second leg. Conan
yeah,
White.
frustrated with himself because he should have done that earlier. He should not have had to stand there and put himself
Third
through the
leg,
worry of
it's
those 3
Conan to
darts
throw
at 38
first.
or the
Game
bullseye.
It's almost as if that double 16 was too scared to be missed again.
140.
He is gunning for this victory. Like his life depends on it. The leg difference is not a problem. If he wins, he'll have the same sort of leg difference as Lee Cox.
97.
But that points deficit is an issue. If you were to offer Whitehead one thing right now,
140.
saying that if he was to beat Lee Cox in that final match that he'd play, and that would be enough to win the group, he'd say, I'd have your hand off right now.
Yeah, definitely you would.
134.
But he's got to be close enough to Cox to be able to do that. So within 2 points and the leg difference tight,
100.
that could be enough.
140. Conan, you require 121.
Once again, is not going away.
Bull.
96.
Fancied it, didn't
Jeremy,
he?
you require 130.
Do we get another bull attempt? Let's have a look.
105. Conan,
Just
you
as close.
require 25.
Yeah, better attempt that time from Jezza.
More trouble in the bottom left corner.
Jeremy, you require 25.
Jezza let him off in the second leg. Does it happen again? He keeps letting him off.
Conan, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg.
Look at
Conan
this.
Whitehead.
This is Super Series experience, knowing exactly what he needs to do.
Fourth
He's used up a
leg,
couple of
it's
lives
Jeremy
in the
to
last
throw
couple of
first.
legs.
Game on.
It's almost as if second position will feel like first position to him overnight. And in a sense, I can see what that would do for you mentally. To be 2 points ahead of Warburton, Mashek, and McDonough.
85.
If there is a downside to Conan, it'll be the fact that he beat Lee Cox the first game of the day and hasn't really made any inroads on his lead. You know, having
50,
beaten him
sir.
first game, you would have thought that maybe he felt he could be top of the group by the end of this session. So
95.
to get to second place is like, yeah, second best option, really.
I absolutely agree with what you're saying, Scott. And the only way that Conan can say to himself that I made a
97.
positive move today is if he wins this game and gets within 2, because otherwise everything stays the same. Still has that 4-point cushion.
100.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly, because he started the day with a 4-point deficit. He's taken it down to a 2, but you still feel that he's going to have to beat him again tomorrow
Absolutely.
to make inroads, which is a shame
81.
because the way that Cox started the day, he was there. It was an opportunity, wasn't it? And others were all sort of battling as well. And we don't forget
43.
that numerically where you finish in the table is there's a monetary value attached to that. So every game and every win is vital to get points on for your monetary value at the end of the week.
134. 134. Jeremy, you require 32.
To keep the match alive.
Game shot on the
doesn't miss
fourth
this
leg.
time.
Jeremy Fag.
44 points away from winning and getting the ideal result.
Fifth leg. It's Conan to
And
throw
now
first.
all the way back
Game
to
on.
the start. And we have seen today Whitehead 2-0 up
100.
against Warburton, and he did lose 4-2, so he's just got to slay the ghost right now. Although I can't imagine Conan being afraid of anything.
100.
Boy, did he throw that hard. That one almost went through the board.
That was like one of the flatties they throw, wasn't it? Before they go and 60, when they got 60 left and 20 for tops.
60.
It had no arc whatsoever. It was belted through flat like a rocket.
That's the benefit of his angle of attack. When he gets
50,
a dart in the 60, he can just go really, really quickly through the air. Jeremy trying to put up a
140.
last stand like he's the last batsman at the crease right now.
90.
Yeah, good use of the board. He will get a look at that checkout. 70 worse off than what he left in the previous leg to win by 4-0. But look at Jezza go.
139. Conan, you require 114.
Match start incoming. At tops.
74. Jeremy, you require...
You don't even need me to tell you how
62.
close it was. Conan's just showed you. Double top.
Gets
Right
on a
in the
fifth
middle.
leg. Jeremy Fag.
And he refuses to go quietly.
Refuses indeed, and that's a big
Sixth
dart.
leg. It's Jeremy to throw first.
He was
Game on.
in the sixth going for the treble chat, and I think that probably did him a favour to return him back up to tops rather than going for the 32. And now the momentum's with him. We've got Conan's head shaking at the back. And as a player, you feel in these moments that you shouldn't be
Six.
there. You've missed your dart to win it. And you stand there and think, I've brought all these problems on myself. What am I doing?
43.
You know when you drop something in the bin and you need to find it? Doing that is about as annoying as this
Six.
game is becoming for Conan.
I think we had Gary Stone do that with his darts the other week here when he thought he was knocked out and then he had to come back and get him back before Christmas.
60.
Oh, that's not a first. Someone's actually left on a Saturday night thinking they're out and they had to come back.
60.
If Jezza wins this game, I think Lee Cox is going to have to check his darts case for a 7-league
98.
clover.
And they probably go in there and find a bunch of them.
24. Jeremy, you require 120.
Is he hedging all of his bets on a last leg decider? He might have to. Jezza's the better player all of a sudden. Double top again.
100.
That crocodile on the back of his shirt looks very smug. But Whitehead looks wounded.
60. Jeremy, you require 20.
He's got to get his head out of the shed, Whitehead, here for the last leg.
He's going to bust it or hit a 2.
12.
Smart play there.
Wow, it was nearly a double 2, so he would have left himself double 3. Nearly unsmart.
137. Jeremy, you require 8.
To close him out again. He doesn't
Gets
miss
on
and
a
we go the
sixth leg.
distance.
Jeremy Fag. 7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
This group could possibly hinge on this leg.
92.
You've got to be close to have a chance on Wednesday. 4 points behind is not the end of the world.
$60.
But if you are 4 points behind, you're needing favours from other people. It doesn't just hinge on your game with the leader anymore.
100. $93. $59.
The one advantage Conan does have with his darts being on those long points, he always leaves himself room and space to aim at whatever target he wants.
41.
He really is struggling here.
80.
That's a big dart to pick up the treble 19. Leaves himself the 170. Wouldn't that be a way to finish it? A 170 here. Oh, now we've got a Robin Hood as well, just to throw the pandemonium in the works.
37.
This game has had everything.
170. $58.
Trebleless visit leaves the door open. Only if Jeremy Fagg hits a couple of trebles of his own here. There's one. He needs another. He stays straight. It's the worst case scenario, and he's done that. Going to go 12, so there's no mistake. So for the match, and a hard-fought match it would have been. Not to be this time.
170.
Will he be back? Where's the first? Little overzealous. Treble 18 now.
98. Conan, you require 40.
So Whitehead comes back.
Game shot.
And he's
the
no
match.
messing. He's
Conan
had to be.
Whitehead.
He's been made to work extremely hard there by Jeremy Fagg, who we've got to say is really coming into this group nicely now. But it's Conan that I think that's more relief than anything. Has a look to the sky. Absolutely, Conan. We agree. He heads up the table now into second place. The averages, hey, they're not the best, but I can tell you that's the hardest thing to stand up there and try and seal a win. It's 83.77 for Conan and 83.72 for Jeremy Fagg. There was nothing between them. As we close the game, and that's us done for the day, and we head over to Nico, who's in the studio.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, what a thrilling last game that was. Only a 1/10 of a point in the averages in the end, but Conan Whitehead made that very, very difficult for himself, didn't he? But getting those 2 points could be so crucial going into tomorrow. Lee Cox on 14 points. As you can see, somehow, after only winning 2 matches today, he is still at the top. In close proximity, you have Whitehead now on 12 points. And crucially as well, only 2 legs behind in the leg difference. But Warburton, Mashek and Ronan McDonough definitely not out of contention. But what we can say is that Jeremy Fagg is now just fighting to maybe go a little bit further up the table for himself. As far as the results are concerned today, a little bit of everything really. A little bit less of the winning against the throw for players today, so more strength on throw, the likes of Warburton, Mashek and Fagg doing that in the first 4 matches. But when you look at Lee Cox against Conan Whitehead, at that stage, I suppose it gave us some sort of indication as to what was to follow. But Lee Cox would only win 2 games all day. And this is one of those daily campaigns where someone would win 2 games and someone would win 3, and nothing else would happen. After our live coverage today, we've got a little bit of a tungsten talk with Simon Whitlock. Myself and Scott Mitchell caught up with Simon last week, talking about the early part of his career, maybe going through the Lakeside days and what he did during COVID and things like that. Plenty of tungsten talk to get your teeth into after we've finished with our live coverage today. We've also got some Premier League previews coming your way, because the Premier League of Darts is coming your way this week from Thursday. It's going to be in Belfast, and it will be Phil Taylor going through the Premier League picks with you. Now, he doesn't know much about the Premier League, does he? He's won it a few times, but he knows the intricacies of going to the different venues throughout the course of Europe and what it takes to get the title in the bag. As far as what we've got coming for you for the rest of the week, we've got plenty of darts coming your way, including tomorrow. We do have the climax of Group A. We are thoroughly looking forward to that. Lee Cox at the top of the table. As far as your day is concerned, we hope you have a fantastic time. Whatever you're doing, look after each other. As for us, we're going to take a well-deserved breather, because today, with 3 players getting 6 points and 3 players getting 4 points, everything was shared around brilliantly, and this is one last reminder as to how things are going to go into Wednesday's action. So Whitehead in close proximity. He plays Lee Cox in the final round when it comes to tomorrow. I just wonder where things are going to sit when we go into that one. To join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning to say how things will progress, I've been Paul Yasser Nicholson. He's been Scott Mitchell. We'll see you tomorrow from 9:30 live on Pluto TV.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And that was it.
Andreas, Dirty Harry!